everybody. I hope everyone is having a beautiful Tuesday. And thank you so much for joining us on Escape to Nature. And welcome to the beautiful Okokoyo. And of course, our springbok are just absolutely loving this green grass. My name is Lisa. I will be your waterhole naturalist for the day. And hopefully, we see a lot of beautiful things today. But I am just so happy to see how stunning this location has become overnight. And of course, the animals are loving it, especially the antelopes, as you can see. But remember, we are live, and this is, of course, an interaction between ourselves and you as our viewers. So please do send through your questions, comments, suggestions, anything you might have throughout the day. We would love to hear from you and love to know what you would like to see or know about on your safari. It seems like it's most probably going to be a bit overcast today in Okokoyo, but let us take a look at the weather forecast and see what we can expect. Awesome. Well, we are expecting some rain today in Okokoyo, which generally isn't always ideal for us on safari, but as you can see, the rain is definitely helping, and the bush has just completely transformed. I will actually give you a look at this beautiful waterhole if you've missed it the past few days. I personally cannot believe how quickly it has just flourished and come to life. So I really am looking forward to see what animals will come forth. You know, at least the springbok are coming out again. Hopefully we'll see some oryx as well, the zebras, the wildebeest. And of course, hopefully lots more babies. And our European bee-eaters are still around. Of course, I have not yet been able to actually catch them on the camera, but they've definitely photobombed quite a few times this morning. But for now, let's just enjoy these beautiful antelope known as springbok, of course, South Africa's national animal. Ray J, good morning. Always so nice to hear from you. And I agree with you. It is really going to be a fantastic morning. I really do hope we see a lot. But as always, you know, I'm not going to make any demands from Mother Nature. We'll just take everything in as it comes. But if I'm being completely honest, I really would love to see some elephants. I've not personally seen elephants in Okokoyo for quite some time, so that will definitely be wonderful. But again, we don't know what's going on beyond the tree lines. There might be a lot of puddles and other water holes that the animals are traversing to and using right now, just like the black rhino as well. But I do suspect with all of this greenery coming in, we will hopefully have somewhat activity. So of course, this is one of our flagship species. for this sort of biome. Open, dry areas. I know you wouldn't think that right now. But of course, the rainfall over here is from January up to anything to April. So hopefully, I'm really hoping for good rainfall so that the animals will have enough food, enough water all around. But it really is just so incredible how resilient animals are in terms of being able to cope and adapt and survive, specifically something like the springbok. They are not at all water dependent animals. They can go for a long time without water, just like the oryx. But of course, if there is water around, animals will definitely quench their thirst. You never know when you might need water again. And you can see the black speck in the background moving as well, the helmeted guinea fowl. They too are loving this. Because of course, when new grass, new plants, new flowers, all of that comes through, along with it comes new seeds and things. And the birds are loving that, as well as the Egyptian geese. Alrighty, well, I'll definitely keep an eye on this beautiful waterhole of ours. Of course, this place has a very, very special place in my heart. I think for now, let us head on over to Djuma and see what's happening there. How incredible is this? And of course, Marips is not far from you, for those of you that perhaps missed it on Sunrise Safari. One of our awesome zoomies heard a vervet monkey alarm calling. And then the legend himself, James, found Marips not too far from here. So hopefully he'll come around for a drink today. Lots of food around as well, which is not always fun to say, but definitely necessary for all animals to eat, of course. And you can see this one wildebeest is a calf with the tiny horns. It's got to be one of my favorite animals, these. Wakisha, good morning, and thank you so much for getting in touch with us. I know, right? We really can never complain, and as I always say, it's just an absolute bonus if we've got actual mammals around as well, extra bird life and everything. I can literally just sit next to a waterhole for the whole day and just listen to all of the insects, watch the plants, the terrapins, just listen. But this is an absolute bonus. And of course, this is a bachelor herd, the impala. And the wildebeest, both male and females will have horns, whereas with the impalas, just the males will have the horns, which is how we know these are bachelors. They're probably having a good old bachelor party. And there's definitely still a few females that are pregnant amongst the wildebeest. So it will be very interesting to see when they drop. Of course, for the most part, these animals, specifically in this location, in the Greater Kruger, they give birth anything from October, November, generally peaking in December, depending on the rainfall. But it really does depend, just like we see in Okukoyo. A lot of the animals are still about to give birth, which I'm very excited for, of course. But in this location, our Impala lambs are basically, I almost want to say fully grown. Sometimes when I see a beautiful harem, picking out the lambs, you can see by the faces that they are still very young. But in terms of their body size, they grow fairly quick. It's always very impressive to myself to see how quickly these animals can adapt and run and feed and defend themselves if they need to. Oh, hello, oxpecker. And a lot of bird activity that we can hear right now. Right above us, the buffalo weavers. Way in the background, we can hear some guinea fowl as well as francolins, most probably alarm calling for Marips. And it will be interesting to see if Marips, our famous leopard, is actually going to come to Gowrie Dam for a drink. If he's going to scout the area for some food, you never know. With leopards, it can always be so unpredictable. Oh goodness, I apologize about the noise. I think there's probably a vervet monkey or something playing with the damn cam again. We did have one earlier on, of course he was alarm calling, but he was actually on the camera itself and then eventually jumped off. At the end of the day, we are in their territory and their environment, so so it's always interesting. We have a lot of birds often landing on the dam camera as well. Always so interesting to watch all of the various animals, specifically the elephants. I love it when the elephants are here and they come close to the dam camera, because of course all of these animals have acute senses, especially hearing is phenomenal. But elephants specifically, when they come close to the dam camera, they can literally hear when we are just zooming a little bit or moving a tiny bit. And they'll always, for the most part, they generally come to inspect and see, what is this noise? Oh, I love these calls from the woodlands kingfisher, and I actually get a little sad when I think about, the fact that we are not going to see them for too much longer. Of course, they are summer migrants, but that's all right. We'll enjoy them while we can, and of course, we'll keep monitoring the beautiful waterholes. But for now, I'm going to send you to Nick so we can say good morning to him.
And good morning from Kruger Game Reserve, where the bush is green and we've got overcast conditions. Just to introduce myself, I'm Nick. I'm going to be your photographic naturalist for today. And yeah, we've had a beautiful start to the day. A little bit windy than windier than most days, but that's not putting these buffaloes off. They have kind of just moved around on the outskirts of Scotia Dam. They're now closer to the sort of the southwestern side of the dam itself. So I had a little bit of a early morning drink, and yeah, just off to do a little bit of active feeding now. Let me see if I can pan across and show you here. We've still got one or two closer down to the water itself, where the grasses are green and there's one or two birds. There's mum and a little calf running past. Jamie, thank you. Yeah, 100%. What a start to the day. Crackerjack. Yeah, lovely big herd of buffalo, 40 or so individuals. I mean, look at this. We've got sacred ibis, we've got black-headed heron on the left, we've got yellow-billed duck in the water, plumbago flowers. Oh, it's all happening here. Quite interesting though that the rest of the members of the herd kind of had a quick drink here at the dam and then moved off. Look at those grasses where that buffalo is feeding there. How nice and green, and oh, they just look so nutritious. They look so good. And it's not very common that we actually see the buffalo feeding on these grasses here all too often. But the day is full of surprises. Talking about black-headed herons and sacred ibises and our ducks. Let's take you back to Lisa and see what other birds she's got that side.
Thank you, Nick. I have not yet started my spot of birding for the day. I am just enjoying these beautiful antelope. Super underrated. Of course, the one impala does have an oxpecker on him, which is something we see quite frequently, especially with you yourself will know the buffalo, and then with a lot of other animals. In Afrikaans, we actually refer to them as a renostervoeltjie, which means a rhino bird, because they are often seen on rhinos as well, but they love the impalas, and they really do also contribute to the impala's beautiful gloss. Of course, grooming their coats, helping them stay clean and shiny. But it is always so fascinating. I mean, it's something we see every single day in all of our locations. But just how all of these animals can actually coexist and know that, okay, well, wildebeest, you are not going to eat me, I'm not going to eat you. Let's keep an eye out for each other, and you tell me if you see a leopard. Which hopefully today they will. I really am crossing my fingers for Marips to get out of that beautiful jackalberry and come say hello to us. Even, if he's just chilling somewhere in the shade. I can live with that. But you never know. He is a very active leopard from what we've seen. And sometimes very unpredictable. He's got his days, where Cedric and James and Tess and everyone can more or less sort of track and predict his movement. But other than that, sometimes he really does surprise us. Sandy, good morning. Thank you so much for your question. Brandy, I apologize. You would like to know, do the animals know that the leopard is close by? Well, there's a lot of things that influence that right now, but mainly wind direction as well as distance, in terms of how far away he is, how strong the wind is, whose favor is the wind in, is it blowing against the impala or for the impala? So it really does depend on so many things. There's the oxpecker, but of course they can smell predators and they'll definitely pick up on something, which is just, it's something I often talk about. But how mind-blowing is that? That the animals know exactly, okay, well, this doesn't smell right. Something dangerous is nearby. And they all simultaneously, one will start alarm calling, but then they all simultaneously will join in to alert the other animals as well, just like the vervet monkey did earlier on the dam cam. Oh, you silly oxpeckers. They really are such fascinating birds. But definitely, and we heard that, as I mentioned earlier, the Franklins alarm calling. So they too, if that vervet monkey is in fact still close by, as soon as he sees a leopard or a lion, he will definitely also start alarm calling again. And so all of the animals really do help each other out. Oh, that really is a sizable impala. This one just off to the back that is facing off to our left. He's got very majestic horns. And this is what the males do. Of course, your older males and your bigger males will have more advantage, but they sort of challenge one another for dominance, try and impress each other and intimidate each other. And they'll actually fight with their horns, which is referred to as sparring. And so rutting season is also coming up, and then you'll often hear them running around and sort of making that blowing sound, that pah, pah. But then they also have this horrible sound, which is like bleh. And they do that when they do, in rutting season, when they do chase one another around. So it's always fun to watch them in the season coming up. But I always refer to groups like this. They are the smarter ones. I mean, if you had the choice of just hanging with the boys or taking on a group of wives of, let's say, 30 or 40 that you have to protect, you have to defend all of them. I mean, is there really a choice? Let's be honest. But these males will then eventually also start taking on their own harems, have their own group of ladies that they have to listen to complain and protect all of them. And for the most part, father all of the lambs. But that is not always the case. Baby, you must get to your parents. It's not safe, even though you've got... there we are. I was about to say, this is not a good idea.
Join us from the 23rd till the 27th of January for a week of back-to-school special safaris, tailored specifically towards our future conservationists. Our naturalists will exclusively be taking questions from schools across the globe. Tune in for some entertaining animal education to ease you back into the school year, because fostering the upcoming generations of conservationists matters.
And just off to the right, we've got our Egyptian geese, but they are just hiding behind the bushes. We'll try to keep up with them if we can. And if you are perhaps new to Escape to Nature or even to Wild Earth and you are wondering how this is working, so we are very, very fortunate. We've got 3 dam cams. So one of them being here in the Sabi Sand, one of them in Namibia, and then one in Botswana. Unfortunately, our one in Botswana is still down. But here on our dam cam in the Sabi Sands, we've got an awesome team of zoomies that help us out on the camera. And so where I am actually situated is in an office in Gauteng in South Africa. And we get to actually control all of these cameras, virtually as we are, which is incredible if you think about it. Technology really is a wonder. But as I say, we do have zoomies helping us out right now. And we've got a beautiful grey heron. We see them quite often nowadays on safari, on Escape to Nature, in various of our locations. And of course, they love the season as well. Because with rain comes new life, meaning new fish, new tadpoles, all sorts of weird and wonderful things that are just coming to life. And this grey heron is actually a wonderful fisher. We have quite a bit of sightings of them. No, you silly bird. But they generally, what they'll do is they'll move around in and around the water on the banks, and it's very impressive. They will just watch for a little bit and then go down and grab a fish. And they really can hunt anything from tilapias, which is a smaller fish, to even smaller catfish, to tadpoles, frogs, all sorts of yummy things on the menu. And this tiny bit of movement we have in the water, those are terrapins. Of course, also very, very important to Mother Nature. And something I would love to see today as well is an African fish eagle. Whether it's a juvenile or an adult, that would be absolutely brilliant. But as I say, we are not making any demands. We already have had such a brilliant morning. And we are only half an hour into Escape to Nature. And remember, this is where we just sit back, relax, take our time with the sightings, with finding animals. Just take some extra time just to listen and enjoy, and most of all, appreciate Mother Nature. So as always, if you have any questions, any comments, please do let me know. And I have to say, the one thing that I've learned over time from the zoomies is, oh, hello, little blacksmith lapwing, is, to definitely look under each and every single bush. Specifically now that we know there's a leopard not far away from here. The wonderful Mr. Maribs. It's always just good to check absolutely everywhere. Even, you might see a leopard tortoise or perhaps a monitor lizard or really anything that we generally tend to overlook. That is why I love a good bushwalk so much. Because you tend to see and focus on way more things than you would as opposed to just driving on a vehicle, bypassing all of those smaller things like flowers, butterflies, creepy crawlies, all sorts of weird and wonderful things. Ooh, there's one of our kingfishers that just came in for landing. Oh, and it seems like, sorry, we'll try to get the focus on now. It seems like he actually caught a fish or an insect. Not a fish, an insect of some sort. Of course, they are kingfishers, but these are not ones that actually feed on fish. They feed on insects, whether they are flying or crawling around. And often you'll actually see them smashing something. However, the other day I did have a brilliant sighting of the couple that are actually nesting in this tree. And one of them caught a skink. And they also mushed it a little bit. Sometimes it's literally just to kill the animal properly, and other times it is in fact to get it a little bit softer to swallow properly. And straight after that, that adult went into the tree and fed the chicks. Sandy, you would like to know what birds are the hardest to locate. It depends on what you define as hard. In terms of on the camera, in terms of, being seasonal migrators perhaps. I know many guides that have never seen a finfoot in their life. My previous lodge manager, actually, Stefan, he's never seen a finfoot, and he was an avid birder and he loved all kinds of birds. And there really were so many birds that he's seen that I've actually never seen in my life. And in our one river that was going through the reserve, there was an African finfoot. But that thing was literally, I promise you, it knew when Stefan was on safari, because he never got to see it. Well, when I was last there to date, he never got to see it. So hopefully in the meanwhile he has, but it really does depend. For me, sometimes I struggle to actually find the woodlands kingfishers on this camera. So it really does depend on what you define as hard. Depending on size, depending on whether they are seasonal migrators, depending on, if it's a bird you've never seen. For me personally, another bird that is difficult to find is a purple-crested turaco. Beautiful bird. If you are not familiar with them, definitely go look them up. And it's not that they are scarce or anything, it's just because they love to live in woodlands and like foresty areas. So when you do actually see them, it can be quite tricky. Something like the orange-breasted bushshrike as well, that we often hear, but it's very difficult to actually locate them because they are generally, in dense areas of a tree. So it really does depend on what you define as hard. I wonder what that bird is. That is soaring. It's a little bit difficult. I think it might be a little bit far away. It looks like a vulture, just from first glance. I could be wrong, but you never know. And it's incredible when you look at all of these birds of prey, specifically something like vultures. That was always sort of my biggest expectation when I had guests on safari, especially first time safariers. Then we would see a tree early in the morning on sunrise safari. We'd go out and you see a tree, with 4 or 5 vultures, and they immediately, they demand we go to that tree because there's going to be a lion and a hyena that's fighting over a wildebeest or something. And you're just like, no, they are just heating up for the day, and then they will start going into their thermals, and from those super, super high elevations, they can actually see a carcass or, something that might potentially be a meal for them. Alrighty, well, I'm going to keep my eye on the lovely Djuma Dam Cam and the beautiful Gowrie Dam. I think for now, let's head back to Ukukoyo and see what our Springbok are getting up to. I really am... I'm probably going to say this the whole day, but I am blown away just by how radically and how rapidly this location has changed in just a mere 3 days. We slowly started seeing it becoming green, but this has just completely transformed. And I'm so, so, so happy about it. I actually want to check in with my children. Of course, our Egyptian goose family. There they are. Tina, good morning. You are saying you love how green everything is. I know. It's so strange though, looking at all of these white rocks. Of course, the white rocks is due to all of the salts and minerals, the calcrete we find in this area. Of course, this is known as the largest salt pan in Africa. So it is definitely very nutritious for the animals. But it's just so incredible to see all of the greenery actually coming through the rocks. And this whole area just completely transforming. I mean, it's been, I think, a good 10 days or 2 weeks that we've seen radical changes. And I'm just super excited to see what it's going to look like within a month. How much it would have changed then. Just want to see if all of our tiny ones are there. Oh, there's Fiona, their godmother. They've got a blacksmith lapwing as a godmother. I'm just counting. Oh, there's the 6th one. So all 6 Egyptian goslings are still accounted for. And you can just see how quickly these tiny ones are growing up. It actually saddens me so much. Because they, I guess they never can stay cute and fluffy forever. And growing that fast, just as I mentioned earlier with wildebeest and the impalas, really does help them. For should they need to evade something like a monitor lizard, or a snake perhaps, or a jackal that might want to feast on the little ones. Just still taking it easy for the day. As it heats up, they'll slowly start moving around the waterhole, as I mentioned, feeding on seeds, looking for some foodies. And if you do hear some voices, and again, if you are new to Escape to Nature perhaps, then you would like to know there is an actual campsite behind us. So those are just the visitors that you are hearing. Beautiful. Well, I'm going to see if we can have any more animals come down to the waterhole. I'll try and convince them. But for now, while I do that, I'm going to send you over to Steve so we can say good morning to him.
Well, thank you, Lisa, and good morning, everybody. Welcome to Madikwe, welcome to the Northwest, and welcome to our sections of Escape to Nature this morning. We've decided as well to go park out at a watering hole, a favourite little spot that's turned into a bit of a muddy quagmire, in the hope of getting some animals coming down to drink. Now, we've got some giraffe already that have been out and about, and there's some impalas there. It's a lovely warm day here in Madikwe, but thankfully we've got a bit of a breeze coming from behind us. We've got the shade of the roof of our car, and my name is Steve, and I'm joined by Rian on camera, and we are very excited to have you with us here in Madikwe, and we hope we can bring you some wonderful sightings from Skokopane in the background that has turned into, well, yeah, what would you say that's turned into, Rian? It's turned into a little bit of a mud trap. So we've had warthogs already, an elephant, we've had some impala and giraffe. So we're hoping to get some action here today, because, you know, water is the currency of life, and when it gets warm, it's a good opportunity for our animals to come and cover themselves in mud. So we're thinking and hoping we're going to get some good elephant activity here this morning. But everybody, if you like general game, Mandy, indeed, from water points to water points, it is often the favorite place to find animals because, well, they come to you. So if we can find a nice shady spot and with a little bit of wind, I have spent days at watering holes and I've seen incredible things. You never know what might come out of the thickets to come and quench their thirst. I've had wild dogs, lions, rhinos, elephants, wild dogs killing all sorts of things at watering holes. When it's green like this and the vegetation's quite thick, it is difficult to really find a lot of animals out there. But in saying that, coming to Madikwe, the general game population here is off the charts. I almost sometimes feel like I'm in the Masai Mara again with the amount of animals that we see. The herds of wildebeest, the herds of zebra, the herds of elephant. It's just next level. We don't have the same species diversity that I found up in the Mara with all the other general game such as topi, also known as tsessebe, the Thompson's gazelle, and a number of others. Obviously that up there's the Masai Mara giraffe, whereas these are the southern giraffe. But I feel like I'm in the Mara when I'm driving around Madikwe with the amount of game, although it does get a bit hotter here than it does up in Kenya. Kenya seems to sort of stabilize at that sort of average 28 to 29 degrees, where here it easily pushes up into the mid to high 30s. And the birding here is also off the charts. Unfortunately, the way our vehicle is set up, it's very difficult to do some wonderful birding. But if you are a birder and you've never been up to the northwest, this is most certainly a reserve to come and visit. I mean, off camera I've already got 164 species on my list. And I think there's a couple more I need to add. Charles, they probably taste it. You know, they probably learned what to eat and what not to eat from a younger age. And when they do feed on leaves, they are looking for the taste. And if the taste is too bitter, they'll move on. Obviously, those that feed on poisonous plants, we do find giraffe feeding on tambuti from time to time. There is an element of that that helps to cleanse the gut, cleanse the digestive system. I would not suggest any of you trying to put any tambuti in your mouth, let alone on your skin. But giraffe tend to be able to eat a little bit of it, and I'm sure it cleanses the gut, does something for the microbiome. But essentially, all of the trees we find here with thorns are edible. They've decided to put thorns out as a defense rather than chemicals. And so giraffe have gotten very well adapted to eating the acacia species, the wide variety of acacia species that we find across Africa has sort of evolved its entire life strategy in defense against the giraffe. And the giraffe has gotten better and better at eating it as the acacia has gotten better and better at defending itself. So often term it as something known as the arms race. The acacia grows in a certain way, the giraffe grows a bit taller, and the acacia develops these types of thorns, the giraffe develops tough lips, develops some more thorns, they develop a tough tongue, and it just carries on until there's a balance. And the balance is, you'll notice these giraffe will feed for a few minutes, start to taste the bitterness, and then move to the next plant. The wind is coming from the left, so from behind us, so directly into the face of those two giraffes. So you would assume that they would walk to the left, upwind, walking into the wind, so that they can catch some of the trees off guard. But in saying that, trees around water points like this one experience quite a high level of herbivory, and so their tannin contents, I reckon, would be rather high. So tannin won't kill a giraffe. Oh, we've got some warthogs coming down to drink. Let's get the giraffe again. We've been wanting to see some warthog. Maybe they will wallow. Maybe they will just drink. Always nice to see these little guys. We had a really big boar just now. Now, what's the first thing you notice when we get a bit closer to these warthog? First thing you see is you see the tusks, right? Aha. But when you look closely, the tusks are very small. So there's a little white sort of beard stripe on the side of the chin from the front. Looks very much like tusks. And to a cheetah or a leopard, that visibility or that sudden show of defense can be the difference between life and death in the warthog. Obviously, it takes years for them to develop the ferocious tusks that are capable of severing arteries and disemboweling animals. And the boar we had here just now had huge tusks. So a leopard or cheetah that has met a big warthog will have learned not to tackle with the big warthog because those tusks are lethal. But it takes time to grow teeth out of your face. But it's very quick to grow fur. Fur can grow much quicker. And so warthogs have developed this ability to, from a young age, grow that fur on the side of the face, which looks like the tusks, and so gives that moment of hesitation that a predator waits, and, well, by that point, the warthog has been given the opportunity to run away. So we are expecting to see lots of this sort of activity today. The warthogs with their eyesight and the wind, it's a bit tricky for them. There's lots of things disturbing them. They would love to just lie in the mud for some time, but one moves off, the others are like, hang on, I'm not going to be the little pig left behind. And just like that, they are once again gone. Wendy, as far as I'm aware, you don't get warthogs in any other continent. And they are related to the domestic pig. So it's a pig-like species that's evolved in Africa, as all the other pigs in the world have evolved where they are. So when we say in Africa, they're specifically confined to sub-Saharan Africa, the grasslands, the savannas, and the woodland. Common quailias coming down for their customary drink, or should I say soil intake, because I think there's more soil in this water than there is actually liquid. Nancy, I suppose you have to have some form of stimuli to be able to identify a bird. So the call is quite a useful strategy. Without seeing it, there's no other way without the call. So ideally, seeing birds is helpful. But on some of the birding assessments we do, they will ask us 70% calls and 30% sight. So that's 100%. You can choose to do the 70% sight, 30% calls, but I find it easier to do the calls because you can hear a lot more than you see. Our ears are picking up the noises all the time. Like there's a chirping sound there of the black-throated prinia. Sounds like stones being clapped together, very much like the tawny flanked prinia we find in the Lowveld, but this is the more arid specialist. I've actually had a black-throated prinia in the Kruger once before, very out of his habitat. They were more of a Kalahari species. But as we were hoping, we're going to have some more warthogs coming down, but there's also, looks like an elephant on its way. Now, I can't tell you the sex right now, but it probably is a young male, unless there's a breeding herd following behind. Can't see, but we'll have a warthog as well as an elephant. Now, this one, notice what you can see when we look at it, if it is the same sort of makeup on the face. Let's see if you notice the tushes. Now, those tusks are much more prominent than the last one. This is a young boar. Still got the beard because that helps when it's younger, but those tusks, what you see is the top incisor, and underneath, when he opens and closes his mouth, is the elephant has just scared him away. Now, what is underneath that top tusher is a very sharp undertooth that is unbelievably dangerous. That is the dangerous one. That will sever a leg artery very quickly, will eviscerate a leopard if it's not careful. And so tackling warthogs is a very, very tricky affair, and you don't really see a lot of predators tackling the big ones unless it's a pride lion or it's a male. And if they do attack, they definitely go for the smaller variety when it comes to leopards. Okay, so we do have more than one elephant on the way, which is splendid. There's a few bushes moving in the background. And well, we'll take it. We will take it, won't we, Rian? For sure. Very interesting that this elephant is finding liquid to drink. So the warthogs are not as discerning as the elephants when it comes to drinking. Elephants are quite picky about what they drink. Have a look at this guy. Now you can't see it clearly, but the right tusk has been worn down, probably due to use. But if he opens and closes the mouth, there's that under tusk that is incredibly dangerous. Now you can see just as it opens and closes the mouth, there's that smaller tusk underneath. Ooh, here we go. Oh, let's get a body scratch. Oh, yes. I remember warthogs don't have sweat glands like domestic pigs do, so this is a very important behavior for them. There we go. You missed a line on your back, buddy. He's feeling happy and content now. young boar. He's going to get a lot bigger than that. Peaceful scenes here at Skokopane. Tom, that did look very rewarding. I think Rian is going to be going in next. Rian, again. He'll film me going in. Eddie, elephants are very big-bodied animals. And so what that means is that their skin surface area to the amount of body volume they have is actually quite low as a ratio. Don't know if that makes any sense, but if you take a baby, take a squirrel or a rodent, and you think about how much skin it has versus its body, it's got a very large portion of skin to the volume. And so elephants have got a very small portion of skin to the volume, so that means that they heat up very slowly. They also cool down very slowly. And it's the same as if you took a 10-gallon drum versus a 1-gallon drum. Which one's going to heat up quicker? The 1 liter. And which one's going to cool down quicker? The 1 liter. So that's how it works. It's an ecological sort of discussion called surface to area ratio. Surface area to volume ratio. So all of your small organisms require a very high energy diet. Think about our rodents, our small birds. They all have a very high seed intake or sugar intake, or rodents very high sugar intake, seed intake. They're constantly busy, and they need that to keep their metabolic energy, to keep them warm. Elephants are very large, so they take a very long time to cool down and to heat up. And so their energy requirements, although they're eating all the time, it's bulk. They don't have a high energy requirement. There's these guinea fowl coming in with their little... Are those youngsters there, or are those baby guinea fowl? I think they're actually some spur fowls coming in there with them. Have a little look. Oh yes, a whole lot of spur fowls. Oopsie. So for example, these guinea fowl versus a sunbird, or versus the quelea. Guinea fowl, oh no, they are baby guinea fowls. They are really little. They're at that very small stage. Goodness me. So baby animals versus adult animals. If you think about humans for an example, adults require less energy intake than babies do. Babies are feeding regularly, their thermoregulation is all over the place, and they nap a lot. Whereas an adult can feed on pretty bulky food with not that high energy and sustain themselves through the day. Whereas youngsters, babies, are feeding regularly. They need snacks all the time, and then their body shuts down. The same as with elephants. Elephant babies require much higher energy intake than the adults, and it's why breeding herds are then confined to areas where there's good feeding and good access to water, because they can't go as long as the big bulls can, or should I say it, the youngsters can't. So the breeding herds have to manage their movements according to the youngsters in the herd. Whereas, for example, in the Kruger, the elephant bulls can go into the huge, large area, expansive area of the Mopani woodland and feed on bulk, low-quality food, whereas the breeding herds have to confine themselves to area of good feeding because of the surface-to-area volume ratio of the youngsters. Okay, it's quite an easy thing to remember as well if you think about a succulent plant and you think about a flat leaf. The succulent plant has got a very low surface area to volume ratio, so it's well adapted to dry conditions, it's well adapted to not losing moisture and to staying cool. Whereas a flat leaf is huge. It's got a huge surface area, the volume is very small, and it's constantly losing moisture, constantly losing energy. So that's why we have in arid areas, we have so many succulents, cactuses, euphorbias, and the like, because they've evolved to protect themselves from losing water and from heating up too quickly. So that's essentially an elephant for you. But they still need shade, and they still need mud, they still need water. So if you take those elements away, you don't find elephants in those areas. And if you do, they have to cover huge distances to drink, and that's very stressful, and that actually leads to mortality of the youngsters. So this behavior of mudding themselves is a good adaptation as well for cooling. Scratching the ear. If the discussion I just had was a little bit difficult to take in, I invite you to try something with your two hands right now. Take your two hands and put them out in front of you. Close one hand into a fist. The other hand is open. Now, if you look at your two hands, the volume of your hands is the same, because it's your two hands. But now, which one has got the largest surface area? When you close your fist, the surface area is very small in comparison to... Okay, we're going to come and have a look. Okay, so take your two hands like this. Two hands. Now, both hands are the same size, so they're not with regards to volume. The volume is the same. Now, which one has got the highest surface area? This one. Which one's going to give off more moisture? This one. Which one's going to cool down quicker? This one. Which one's going to heat up quicker? This one. So that is the idea of surface area to volume ratio. The larger an animal is, because of the bulk and the volume, the less surface area there actually is. But the smaller an animal is, like a rodent, for example, they've got a very small volume to a very large surface area. So give off lots and lots of energy. Okay, if you've ever put ice cubes into water, the larger the ice cube, the longer it takes to melt. If you have small little ice cubes, the ones that you put in the ice trays and you put into a drink, they melt very, very quickly because the surface area is exposed and the volume is quite small, and they melt very quickly. Whereas a very large block of ice takes ages to melt.
Would you like a stay in the African bush? Open to all explorers. Sign up and stand a chance to win a 3-night stay for two at the fantastic Mashatu Lodge in Botswana. This bucket list prize includes daily safari drives, traditional African cuisine, spacious luxury suites, and a promise of sheer relaxation. Sign up now and stand a chance to win.
Pan. It's not enough to have mud all over you. Now I need a little bit of dust as well. In the ear. Let's see if he does it in the other ear. There's definitely a calming element to the dust bathing. There's like an automatic sort of, I don't know, comforting element to it. We had a badly injured female elephant in Kruger who was in a very, very bad way, and she was just dust bathing constantly, almost as an automatic way, just keeping her calm. But anyway, we're going to stay here with our elephants at Skokopad, and let's send you over to Nick.
And welcome back to Kariega. Where most of our animals are looking to take it easy by the looks of things. So the clouds have kind of come in and kind of settled over the whole area here. Still got a bit of a wind sort of puffing across, not as hard as it was this morning possibly. And you can see life's got a little bit too much for our little zebrafoal. And he's laying down on the ground. We've got two of them, or three of them actually. Wow, look at that. So there's the one sitting down just on the left-hand side, on the right-hand side. Another one lying down in the middle. Then that one youngster standing on the left. Little family portrait going on here. So our herd of buffalo that we had earlier down by Scotia Dam have kind of moved off. And yeah, with these conditions that we've got, not too much activity around the waterhole itself because it's a bit cooler today. Dorothy, that's a good question. I mean, if you look at the build of a zebra and a donkey, they are quite similar in build. So I have heard, people trying to ride to see if they could ride a zebra before. From what I've understood, the back of a zebra is not strong enough. Obviously, as a donkey, in terms of its structure, it would be strong enough. But in terms of similarities, there are a lot of similarities. If you look at the scientific name, Equus, they share the same family name, so there are a lot of similarities between the two of them. However, there are a few differences as well. So the zebra that we're looking at here, this will be Equus burchelli. This is the plain zebra that we're looking at, the Burchell zebra. Whereas the donkey would also be Equus, but Equus asinus. So sharing the same family name. But I mean, you can see in terms of design, pretty similar in terms of body design. Hey, there's our little youngster getting a bit restless. Yeah, I've got some good activity out on the clearings here. Got a few ostrich starting to make their way across. You can see lots of buffalo in the background there. There's our first ostrich. Here comes our second ostrich. Nice female, this one, moving along from A to B. You can see we've got a rhino back there in the distance, pretty much directly behind our ostrich now. And our next ostrich, all walking in a line here, doing a little bit of feeding as they go, getting a little bit of takeaways. Yeah, so a lovely amount of diversity out here. We've got the zebra, ostrich, we've got the buffalo, we've got the rhino. And in amongst the group there will be blesbok as well. Rob, 100%. We've got a bit of diversity going on here, which is always awesome to see. Looks like we've got some kudu right at the back there, as well as some eland. There's some lapwings just to the right of this ostrich. So it's really all happening here. See, these ostrich are just predominantly feeding. There's no displaying going on between any of them. Remember, the female, she would walk kind of with her wings drooped down quite close to the ground if she was showing any type of interest with the male. And remember, this male ostrich, he would do a little bit more of a song and a dance. He would be flicking his feathers. He's got those white tipped feathers. He'd also go down on the ground and do that sort of corkscrew type of dance, rolling his head from side to side. But it looks like everybody's just quite focused on feeding here. I'm gonna have a look here. See, I don't know if you saw that lapwing opening up its wings. It looks like it might potentially be a massive tortoise here. Yeah, have a look at that. There's a big tortoise. So we really do have everything going on in one frame here. Yeah, looks like he's doing a bit of feeding himself there. Oh, he's a big boy. Wow, that's beautiful. And you can see we've got those lapwings to the side now. So these are our crowned lapwings. Putting a little display on there. See at the top of the head of that one on the left hand side how it's got that sort of streaked head, white and black streaks on the head. That tells us that he's a crowned lapwing. He's got those pinkish legs, a white breast as well. You can also look out for possibly Senegal lapwing in this area here as well. So like I was saying, we do have quite a thick cover of cloud that's come over now, and we all know that tortoises and rain go hand in hand. Tortoises are usually a pretty good indicator that we're in for a bit of rain. Looking at the forecast, I mean the forecast says we're not supposed to get all too much, but we all know that weather forecasters aren't right 100% of the time. Our zebras are still taking it easy in the background there, not too perturbed by the goings on of these crowned lapwings, or even our little tortoise. Yeah, what a nice little surprise to see this tortoise here. I thought something caught my eye there. I thought, let me just double check. Well, I'm definitely going to stick around. Even if this tortoise goes off at full sprint, he's not going to be moving too quickly. And in the meantime, we're going to take you across to Lisa, who's with her favorite animal.
Thank you, Nick, and good morning to you. We have got some gentle giants finally showing up. I can't say finally. Steve has also been lucky with some elephants. But we've got some elephants coming down to the beautiful Gowrie Dam in Djuma. And there's a baby. And don't you just find it incredible from such a young age, all of these animals, you know, from the geese to the elephants to the impalas. They've got these brilliant sense of smell already. Hearing, of course, is also wonderful. And of course, we know that they learn mostly from the adults. Elephants specifically, you know, from cousins, aunts, mom, everyone. But that tiny one definitely can already smell. Oh, Mom, I smell the mud. I smell it. Can we get there? Are we there yet? And now? How about now? I remember how we used to drive our parents crazy in the car when we went on vacation. Are we there yet? And now? How about now? So there where they are now, there is a lot of fresh mud, and we see a lot of the animals enjoy this area specifically. Oh, that's lovely. It would have made an awesome photograph. So although these are only a couple of individuals, they might be part of a big herd that might still be catching up or might be in the bushes busy feeding. That is the interesting thing with elephants, you know, you think you only have a couple of them. That used to be one of my favorite things on safari. You see one elephant and then you see another elephant and another elephant. That was so quick. You didn't even drink water. Just had a quick splash of mud. Oh, got an itch, Mom. Just wait. One of my favorite birds calling now as well, the green wood hoopoe. That very noisy bird you can hear. And there they go. Brief but beautiful. But luckily Steve still got his Ellie, so I'm going to send you back to Steve in Madikwe.
Splashy time. It's okay, my boy. Splashy time in the pan, where the elephants are pouring out of the thickets to the back there. Well, everybody, if you're just joining us, welcome to Skokopane here in Madikwe, where the elephants have come out to play in the muddy wallows. And, well, it's not only myself out and about, of course. I am here as myself, Steve Falconbridge, joined by Rian on camera, and we are out and about in the lovely morning here of Madikwe, where it feels like it's a bit cooler with a bit of wind than it has been the last few days, so we're feeling like we could probably join the elephants in the pan. We're not going to, though. Nick has spent some time with some buffaloes in Kariga. He's been looking at a bit of general game, and Lisa had some elephants in Djuma as well. But, we've had some warthogs here, some elephants before. We're busy as that's emerging out of the thickets. And I'm not sure how much drinking they're going to do. It might be more of a mud wallowing splash. Oh, he's eating some earth. That looks delicious. Nice big chunk of mud. Just stuck it in his mouth. Tastes almost as good as the muesli I've just eaten. I wonder if his earth would have gone down nicely with a little bit of yogurt. Probably. Just going to allow you to just listen to the sounds of these animals splashing. And he's going to eat more earth. We've seen this a fair bit the last few weeks. The need for the elephants to eat the minerals of the soil. No, he wants to put it on his head. I like the drier mud. Oh, and here comes Mama at the back with the skewed tusk and a little baby. And let's see what unfolds here. The little youngsters are also trying to rub themselves on the floor there. And here Mama's going to chase this big bull away, or at least investigate and have a quiet word with him about the fact that she's come into the pool with kids. This is a child-friendly zone, she's telling him. Child-friendly zone. Please just be aware. Put your penis away. Yes, ma'am, he says, bowing down. How splendid is this? Now I'm truly going to just keep quiet for a while and allow you to just breathe this all in. Don't forget, of course, everybody, if you have any questions and comments you'd like to send through, this is your live interactive safari after all, please feel free. Now, Nancy, elephants have got an incredible sense of smell, and they know each other by smell. I reckon there's also quite a bit of visual identification, but smell is everything. And when a new youngster is born into a herd, the whole troop crowds around it and touches and smells, and they're very tactile like this. They're very closely knit, so they would know each other intimately by smell. Some people have said elephants got a keener sense of smell than a bloodhound, and so they can discern everything. Their whole life is determined by smell. And Deborah, you want to know how old do elephants, when do they start communicating? Well, I have no doubt they start communicating the moment they're born, just like human babies do. We might just not understand exactly what it is that the human baby is wanting, but elephants are not too dissimilar from us in that regard. There is communication happening. They might not speak the language, but they most certainly do communicate, probably from day one, as do human babies. Don't worry, Dee. We are perfectly comfortable, perfectly safe here. These elephants are very relaxed. Everything is perfectly under control. Bless you, I think. Well, I can't explain what this feels like, everybody, to be in such close proximity to these animals. You know, to the layman, you can often feel quite intimidated by large pachyderms around, but their behavior is one of calmness. They are doing natural, normal behaviors, splashing mud, drinking, rubbing against each other. There's no negative behavior. If anything, they're all trying to get in each other's shade. Warthog has just joined the scene at the bottom there. No doubt he's going to get chased by that young elephant. Nope. But when you see elephants behaving in a way where the youngsters are out in the open like this, and there's dust bathing happening and feeding happening and all that sort of stuff, then you can be completely relaxed and know that there's nothing untoward happening. When the herd goes still and everybody stops moving, just pay attention to what's going on, and you'll notice they're all listening, and then all of a sudden the ears start moving again. That hasn't even happened here, so they're aware of us. They're not bothered by us. I've had no real negative interactions from elephants so far in Madikwe. Even big elephant bulls in must have been pretty standard as far as I'm concerned. It's all about boundaries. Obviously, when these animals come closer to us, you shouldn't start your car or make any sudden noises. That's a key, because, well, though they're comfortable to us now, when the car starts and the noise of the engine, that can sometimes influence their behavior.
Hello, my name is Melanie, and I'm sitting in freezing cold Hobart, Tasmania, which is a small island off the coast of Australia. I became an explorer for Wild Earth quite a number of years ago when they first advertised the positions. I'm so excited about winning the Rockfig prize, which will be in Madikwe, and I cannot wait to have that adventure. And I thank the organisers so much for this opportunity.
Magical elephants of Madikwe. We've been hoping for this to happen. They haven't really drunk. This is a puddle that they're going to use for mud wallowing, cooling the body, and a great time for some social interaction. No doubt there's all sorts of conversations happening that we can't quite understand. And the elephants are synonymous with Africa, I suppose. And they truly represent the heart of African culture. Ecologically, they play a very important role in how they open up the vegetation. Oh, we're going down. We're going down, we're going down, we're going down. I mean, apart from generally being quite strong and majestic, elephants, sometimes they lie down like this and just make you think of them as very comical. Those who don't think elephants lie down, they most certainly do. And this one has just had enough. Mum, I've had enough. I'll be here when you're finished. Oh, where have you gone? Let me see how well I stand up. Oh, that wasn't so hard. Where's my mama gone though? So from myself, and I know many other people on the African continent will agree that elephants symbolize wisdom and definitely understanding. We tend to see them figuring things out. Obviously they're well known for their memory, the matriarchs passing down information. And probably one of the biggest symbolisms of elephants on the African continent is their strength and power. And as a big, strong, powerful animal, it is important that they are respected, because although they are relatively docile for the most part, when they push back very hard. Very, very hard. So that symbolism of strength and power has also led to elephants being regarded as symbols of royalty. Ndlovu is a very popular name in South Africa, in the Shangaan cultures, and Ndlovu in the Zulu culture. I think from an Ubuntu or African perspective, elephants really do represent that sort of element of family, community. You can see it here. You don't see any other animals doing this. You know, taking the kids to the pool to play. It's a human quality that elephants share. So many dynamics are playing out here in front of us. Sharon, well, I'm glad you are joining us on Escape to Nature, because this is only going to get better over the next few days. Around these muddy wallows, it's just going to happen again and again. It's all about timing, being in the right place at the right time. Elephants love to do this. And you can see that there's just joy. There's absolute joy happening amongst them. It's a social norm. They've come here, they've given up the potential of eating and feeding for 20 minutes, half an hour, whatever it might be, to wallow, to touch and rub each other, all of the bums facing the water, to communicate, to have a social outing. This is a family outing on this Tuesday morning. Is going to get rather tricky for a young elephant in a mud wallow like this. Although their foot pushes, when it steps down it expands, and when they release it contracts, allows them to move and get out, but it can get quite precarious. Big elephant cow will move through a right, a bull no problem, but calves, it can get a bit dangerous for them. And if you can see these elephants' faces here, you'll see absolute joy. Just a moment longer of your time as these elephants here thoroughly enjoy this little muddy splash. It's their time of fun and relaxation. They're moving all day, eating. Now is the opportunity to just let their hair down and get wildly, wildly dirty. It's a very small little youngster there. Just too much. Let me just lie down in this mud. Older siblings there having a look, making sure that it doesn't get stuck. Let me help you. Let me come down with you as well. Oh, there we go. We're playing the game of lie down side by side. I mean, if that isn't pure joy, everybody, I don't know what is. It's absolute joy on that baby elephant there. He's not going to get out very easily. It's a bit slippery and slidey there, but Mum is close at hand if anything gets tricky to help it out of the water. Help it out of the mud. Let me try, I'm trying. I want to get out now, but it's so much fun. So much fun. Cindy, this has made your day. Well, I can tell you it's most certainly made ours. We did come here with the expectation of getting something like this, but it is always more than you expect. And now Mum's going to come help. Come here. Come here, you little nonsense. It's time to go. No, Mum. There we go, a little bit of help. It's just too precious. There we go. Mum's finally got it out. Now the little one wants to go back. It wants to go. Mum, I'm not done. We've all experienced that, haven't we? Oh no. Now I've got to walk back into the heat of the day. Goodness gracious, Mum, you're such a party pooper. And a good bum scratch before leaving the water hole is always advisable. And we've still got some yoga stretching elephants here. Oh. The fun and games is over. Time to go back to an afternoon of feeding. Magical. Magical, magical. Well, caption that, everybody. Send us through a little one word or a little sentence of how moments like that make you feel. I look back at Rian every now and again. He's just got this huge smile on his face because just what a pleasure it is to spend time with elephants like that. I mean, their fun is exuberant. It's what's the word? It washes over us as well, their exhilaration. And it makes me rather happy. Rather happy indeed. Jaquil, darling, you think it's a priceless moment. Indeed, I think it was. It was, and we shall remain here for some time, as I think the action will continue at some point. We might see some more elephants coming down. We might see some other animals entirely, maybe some warthogs braving the mud. Okay, well, we're probably going to pour a cup of coffee and just breathe that all in and send you over to Lisa, who's feeling a little bit jealous of our wonderful elephant sighting.
No, Steve, that is incorrect. I'm not a little jealous. I'm massively jealous. That was probably one of the most adorable elephant sightings I've ever seen on Wild Earth. And there goes our kingfisher. I wanted to show you why this kingfisher is perched here. He's been sticking with the elephants because, of course, as they are moving through the bush, they are flushing insects. And then the kingfisher can go for that. But now I have no idea where it is. So that's fine. We'll just check out our elephants, even though they are a little bit hidden. But what would an elephant be if not well camouflaged? And these are the same elephants we had earlier on, the couple of individuals. And remember, as we are watching these beautiful animals, just like we did with Steve, all of this is live. And we love to hear from you. At the end of the day, this is your safari. So please do let us know if you have any questions about the animals, any comments, whatever you might be feeling in a sighting, or even if you perhaps have any questions about the locations, about the naturalists, you are more than welcome to get in touch with us. Oh, shame, you can see they are just huddling under the shade, trying to cool off a little bit, flapping the ears, of course. They had a brief mud bath, but you can't really even, I don't even think it it really counts as a proper mud bath. It seems like they are disappearing now. I just quickly want to check the water hole, because we did have some warties there earlier on. Some warthogs. So I just want to see if they actually stuck around. Yay! They stuck around for us. Beautiful warthog family. If you are not familiar with this animal, just think of Lion King. This is Pumbaa. And I think, goodness, please correct me if I'm wrong. I think Spanish. It's called the javali. In my former glory days of guiding, I used to have a lot of Brazilian guests, and eventually I just picked up on the the names of the animals. But for the most part, the universal name for these animals are, of course, Pumbaa. And these are piglets. Unfortunately, within the last week, we lost, to my knowledge, please correct me if I'm wrong, FC, but to my knowledge, we lost 2 piglets, one in Madikwe and one here in Djuma, where Marips, our famous leopard with Taylor and Igor, they had a brilliant sighting one morning on Sunrise Safari, where Marips was literally just taking a bit of a stroll, just doing his thing. And then all of the sudden, this mom decided, okay, well, it's now or never, and they bolted out of the termite mound. He wasn't even actively hunting. He was just minding his business. And then, unfortunately, got one of the piglets. And the other morning, Steve also had a lioness that took down a warthog piglet. But she was not too sure what to do with it when it actually happened. But as Steve mentioned, this is not something that you take lightly. Even you're probably thinking, okay, well, Lisa, that's a piglet. How much harm can it do? It's not the piglet that does the harm. It's the mother that follows. On my previous reserve where I worked, there was this brilliant sighting of a leopard that was trying to hunt a warthog. And eventually, they were both so fully invested and engaged. And by the end of it, both of them sadly died, because the last straw was the warthog sort of slitting the leopard's throat with his tusks. And by that time, the warthog had already picked up a lot of injuries and sustained a lot of injuries during the fight as well. Oh, that's nice. Yes, we love a good mud bath. So this is the exact same concept like we see with buffaloes, elephants, rhinos, whether they are actively throwing mud on themselves like the elephants, or just going to lie in the mud like we saw those adorable elephants with Steve now. This is literally just a method to cool off. It definitely helps with ticks and parasites that might be irritating the skin as well. But for the most part, cooling off. Cynthia, you would like to know if warthogs have hard or soft skin. So it's actually a very coarse, well, the hair in itself is actually very coarse and hard, and the skin itself is also very tough. The only reason I actually know this is because at my previous lodge we rescued a baby warthog and then released it back into the wild, but feisty animals, not something you want to play with. Even that piglet, had a very, very hard skull. Of course, like you can see right now, they are digging up roots and bulbs and shrubs and all sorts of vegetation that they can feed on. And so their head serves as a shovel, but also in terms of defending themselves, definitely super helpful. But their skin itself is a very coarse skin. The hair is very coarse and the skin is very, very tough. Hi. And remember, these animals cannot hear us. At the dam camp specifically I'm referring to, of course, Steve and Nick, they are actually in the wild with the animals, but these animals cannot hear us. And thank goodness for that, because I think I would scare them most of the time with my excitement. He's a very good example of a good set of tusks. And it really is, they can become massive, especially the males, like Steve said, the boars. Definitely very feisty animals, but even the females, you know, if you are challenging their youngsters or if you are threatening their youngsters. I don't know who of you actually saw the sighting with Taylor the other morning on Sunrise Safari. My reps literally grabbed a piglet and he bolted up a tree right next to Taylor's vehicle. And the reason he had to quickly waste his food so efficiently and so quickly is because the mother would have definitely come after him. So luckily they do have that defense mechanism. Otherwise, I have no idea what he would have done. And this is our beautiful Egyptian goose family that we have in the lovely Juma. Of course, you know, in Okokweyo, we've got 2 parents with 6 goslings. But these ones are only 2 left. And again, you know, they really can be threatened by anything, from snakes to lizards to other birds of prey. There really is a lot that can come after the chicks. Not just necessarily the hatched little ones, you know, even as eggs. Monkeys will feed off them sometimes. Baboons will definitely dig up the eggs. This is the lesser spotted crocodile. No, it's Dewey, our hippo. I have to be honest, for a moment there I was very worried because he was very, very, very still. And generally, you know, Dewey is not too active during the day, but generally every now and again he just gives us a little bit of a huff and puff. But you can just see the little bubbles, tiny bubbles. It's just another Tuesday for this hippo. We'll just give him some time, see if he wants to show himself. Dewey. Dewey, Dewey. Alright, Dewey, we'll pretend we didn't see you and then we'll go over to see if the elephants are still around and come back to you. Hopefully by then you are less camera shy. I think our elephants have also now gone deeper into the bush, of course for shade, but also for food. As Steve mentioned, they need a lot of nutrients to, sort of keep up the energy. Pam, I believe it was, you would like to know how long can a hippo hold its breath for underwater? So I don't want to answer that with a direct answer, because to my knowledge, it's generally like anything from 5 to 8 minutes. But the other day, Rexon mentioned that he's seen one hold its breath for 12 minutes. So it really does depend, all of the animals. We have to remember that we can't put animals in a box and say, this is the only thing they do, this is the only thing they eat, this is the only way they function. Because it's never going to always be that way. Plainly because they are animals. They can be creatures of habit. But I promise you, even if you take 2 neighboring reserves, you will not have the same outcome with the exact same species. Lions here in Djuma might act completely different to lions in Kruger itself. So, ooh, we've got saddle-billed storks. Those are beautiful birds. It's one of my favorite also to photograph. I call them the jester birds. You will see in a moment why. It seems like they belong in the medieval times and they entertain the royal birds. A lot of people also refer to them as the sticky note birds. Seems like someone just stuck a sticky note on their bill. And they are predominantly fish eaters, but they eat anything from mollusks, goodness, to insects, amphibians. So you'll often see them in fresh water, just sort of doing what they are doing now. Looking around for anything they can potentially feed on. And that bird you hear in the background, that tweet, 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 that is actually called a greenback Cameroptera. Sounds like a camera clicking away. And then, of course, we can hear our kingfisher, the chir. You can also hear the Cape turtle doves. And right above the dam cam, we can actually constantly hear the buffalo weavers. They are busy constructing a nest, or modifying a nest, I should say. Alright, let me try this. Obviously, it's a little bit tricky behind the grass. Jessica, you are saying, what a colorful bird. What a weird bird, right? It really seems like, I don't know, for me personally, it does seem like a jester. Those, I think it's probably the stripes that is, that is heading me in that direction. But literally just looks like someone took a sticky note and just wham, put it on their bill. Very, very fascinating birds. And of course part of the stork family, so like the yellow-billed stork we saw this morning on safari here at the lovely Gowrie Dam. The woolly-necked stork, marabou stork, all of them, you can all see they sort of more or less have the same beak or bill as well. And that is for the various things that they do. Like this one, like the yellow-billed stork, they constantly probe their bills and look for insects, and as I said, mollusks. Goodness, why do I struggle with that word? As well as amphibians, fish, Marabou stork, of course, more of a scavenger. They love feeding on carrion, dead materials, carcasses, rotten meat. So they in turn are one of the recyclers of the bush. Oh, look at the butterfly. There's so much to focus on right now. That butterfly that just came in, the orange, white and black, that is known as the monarch butterfly. Very common species of butterfly in Africa, and that is the one that actually feeds off the milkweed plant from a larvae stage. So they are actually too poisonous or toxic to other animals to feed on. Just want to have one last look to see if our elephants are still around. Ooh, yay! We've got another elephant, but this is a new one. This is a bull. And he might be part of the others we saw earlier on. Or he might just be a bull on his own mission. Now, often when people go on safari and, see an elephant like this, of course you are going behind the tree. I'll just wait for him to come out. But what I do want to mention, as soon as people see an elephant like this with a sort of sweat marks on the head, they immediately think, especially if it's a bull, oh, that must be a bull in must. It's not always the case. Both bulls and cow elephants have what we call a temporal gland on the side of their face, or gland. And that communicates with them, they talk to each other through that. Often you'll see elephants smelling each other's faces. Those are different scents and pheromones and all sorts of things that are being communicated to one another. And that is often why we think, oh, elephants are so astonishing, we don't even know what they are saying. But all animals really, they communicate through various methods. It's not just through vocalization or, even visual communication. Sometimes it's just sense and things that they pick up. This most probably also going to come to this mud now that the other Ellies enjoyed. And you can see him actually using one of his front legs, sort of just mushing that mud, trying to get it as soggy as possible. Oh, nice. And as I said, really is incredible when you think about it, because which elephant first discovered this? Did they accidentally fall into mud and then, ooh, this is nice and cool? Or has it just always been an instinctive thing for these animals? Karin, you would like to know if elephants trumpet when a baby is born. I can't testify, from seeing a birth myself. I've seen a lot of footage. I've often spoken about last year in Kruger National Park, there was an elephant cow that gave birth literally to a calf right next to one of the busiest roads in that park. But, it really does depend. There's definitely a lot of rumbling going on. What I can tell you about is my previous lodge where I work. They actually work with rehabilitated elephants as well and rescuing elephants. And there was this one elephant, Tamisa. Oh, she was the cutest thing. And I actually spoke to my one former colleague the other day, and he said she's literally now at his shoulder already. Where I last saw her, she was a tiny, tiny elephant. But anyway, so the day that Tamisa was, rehabilitated and ready for introduction to the herd, because when you do save a baby elephant, you can't just be to the other elephants, okay, here's a baby elephant, have fun, don't hurt her. It's a very, very risky thing, because they are either going to accept her or they will reject it. And so with Tamisa specifically, and Kanyisa, all of the other elephants that were introduced as well, what you do is you actually take dung from that animal. So you put the baby elephant's dung with some of the herd members, specifically the one that you would like to be the adoptive mother. You take her dung and you put it with the little one, and they sort of take time and get used to the scents and everything. But you have to do so gradually for months. You can't just do it one day and then think, okay, woohoo, we are now going to do this. But anyway, when we, introduced Tamisa to the herd, it really was, I have to say, nerve-wracking, because the herd all ran to her, and when they met her, there was some trumpeting, there was a lot of rumbling, but all in all, there was a lot of smelling. So they definitely can trumpet, yes, when a new baby is born, but for the most part, they'll just sort of keep their distance, and then mom will allow them to come meet the little one.
Join us from the 23rd till the 27th of January for a week of back to school special safaris tailored specifically towards our future conservationists. Our naturalists will exclusively be taking questions from schools across the globe. Tune in for some entertaining animal education to ease you back into the school year, because fostering the upcoming generations of conservationists matters.
Actually want to, as soon as this elephant disappears, I want to go back to that dung and just double check. I'm not sure that was elephant dung actually. I think that might have been from a unicorn. Oh, just getting a good scratch from that foot. I think it must be so annoying when you've got an itch. I mean, us as humans, when you've got an itch that you can't get to. But as an animal that doesn't have fingers or arms or anything. This one specific herd that I was referring to earlier on, there was this one elephant that was just hilarious. Whenever he had an itch, he would literally pick up a stick and then just scratch himself wherever he needed scratching, and then he'll throw the stick down and carry on with his day. Which again just shows you how brilliant they are. Also, one of these elephants in Zimbabwe, earlier on in his life, he was actually used as a tracker. So, like you have dogs in anti-poaching units, all of that, he was a tracker elephant. They would give him a scent, they would put a tracker on him and put someone with him. But of course, it can be a little bit difficult to keep up with an elephant. They seem very slow, but they can disappear very quickly. And by means of doing that, often they would actually track down potential poachers or guilty poachers that have already done something in the reserve and then convict them. Bye, elephants. I just want to have a look at that dung quickly. Hi, Dewey. He's showing a little bit more of himself, but not fully committed yet. You can't blame him. It is, of course, very hot, and this is where hippos feel safe. This is what they do to cool off. So I wanted to say this is actually the dung of a white rhino. Initially when I saw it, I thought it might be elephant dung. Various ways to tell. So with rhino dung, specifically the white rhinos, they've got a very dark coloration when it comes to their dung. It's tricky to see now, but also their dung will be just grass, whereas your black rhino will be just leaves. And then elephant dung has more of an orange coloration, and the reason for that is because they eat so much cambium, which is the inner bark of a tree, and that will actually color their dung as well. But also this is a good indication of a territorial animal defecating in just one pile, and then what rhinos do is they sort of scruff their legs against the dung so they can get that scent on their feet, and they carry on with their day marking their territory. Where elephants don't have to be territorial. They literally just poop and walk as they go on with their day. Jojo, you wanted to know if elephants will eat dung. Yes, definitely. A lot of animals will actually do that. It's called coprophagia. So of course, we know about geophagia, which Steve referred to earlier on, which is the eating of soil or dirt or the earth, and that is to actually help with digestion and things like that. But definitely, so coprophagia is the eating of dung, and you'll see a lot of animals such as elephants, rhinos, those big animals. Often you'll see the babies eating the mother's dung, because of course we know it's not very well digested. So it's at least a little bit digested for them, and then they don't have to, try and feed on big branches and big pieces of grass and things like that. So you'll often see that in your bigger animals, but as I say, a lot of animals will actually feed on dung if they need to. Just like we see lions and, a lot of predators, often I'm sure you've seen with your domestic cat or dog at home as well. Often they'll feed on grass, and that in turn helps them with digestion. What did the blacksmith lapwing say to the saddle-billed stork? How's the weather up there? No, I was just appreciating the actual size difference between these two. And of course, both of these species matter just as much as the other. Even though, you know, the one eats quite ferociously sometimes. If you have not seen a saddle-billed stork hunting, please do go research it. It is super fascinating. There's also a very interesting video that happened last year in Kruger. It was a... gosh, I have to remember now. It was a Goliath heron, a saddle-billed stork, an African fish eagle, and a crocodile all fought over the same catfish. And I can't even remember who was the initial hunter, you know, who actually made the kill and who won with it or walked away with it by the end. But it was super fascinating to watch the interaction between all of these various species. And it is just so peaceful. You know, of course, it's wonderful to have all of the animals come by for water as well, or mud bathing, or whatever it is that they do. But sometimes it's just so relaxing and therapeutic just to listen to everything that's going on in and around us. Fiona, you would like to know what causes paralysis in birds. Oof, that's a very interesting question. I would say the exact same, just like in any other living organism. You know, the damage of a nerve or any potential injury that could, of course, again, you know, cause the nerves to basically malfunction. I'm not a doctor, so I apologize if I explain that incorrectly. But yes, I would definitely say, you know, an injury or perhaps fighting with another bird. The thing with birds, though, is they are super resilient. You would think that they would often break something or their talons. It's just amazing, you know, especially when you see them fighting as well. There was I think it was Lana falcons. Last year in the Kalahari, there was a brilliant sighting of Lana falcons fighting mid-air. And eventually they, you know, entangled their talons so much. And you would think, okay, well, they're not going to get out of that grip now. And they do. So effortlessly they do. But just like anything else, Fiona, genetics can definitely play a role as well. You know, sometimes there might just be something wrong with the bird or, you know, in general with an animal. I know there was also a sighting of a giraffe that gave birth to a calf and the calf couldn't stand up at all. Unfortunately, it was difficult to actually investigate it because the hyenas, the jackals, the vultures, the lions, everything soon realized that that calf is not getting up. But again, that also makes you wonder, was that calf paralyzed? What was wrong with it? So it really can be various things. A lot of preening going on. As we know, birds often will preen their feathers. Sometimes you'll see them physically plucking out their feathers as well. That is just getting rid of all the scruffy looking and ugly feathers. But like this, the stork is just sort of cleaning the feathers, fluffing it, combing it. And you would think that it would definitely not work. It doesn't have a comb in the actual beak or in the bill. And yet somehow, look how pretty that is. So it must work. Luckily we don't have to do that, we've got actual brushes. Just imagine you had to clean yourself by using your bill, or like lions licking yourself. Would be a tad bit odd. And I'm not sure where Maribs, our famous leopard, is, if he's still in that jackalberry from this morning. But I really do hope he comes around, whether it's on Escape to Nature or for Sunset Safari. Some helmeted guinea fowls taking advantage of the shade and of course looking for some seeds. They truly are one of the most beautiful birds, and for me personally it's a very iconic bird to Africa. Seems like this one is looking to fish, or perhaps get a hold of something. Did get a hold of something small there, not too sure what. But definitely got a small snacky snack. How weirdo. This has got to be one of the funkiest birds in the African bush. Want to see what's creating all of this movement. It's most probably just Dewey. Of course he does something when we are not looking. Ah, you silly birds. Mike, you would like to know what the saddle-billed storks sound like. Well, this is their call. So it's a very odd sound, considering the size of the bird. But that is what they sound like. It's actually a very peaceful sound. I think all of the bird calls are, for the most part, generally very, very peaceful. Dewey! Are you awake? And it really is so impressive when you look at all of these animals. Elephants, hippos, birds, lions. We tend to often think, oh, these animals are so lazy. They're always just lounging about and sleeping. But when you think about that, they are always ready to attack. Even when they are resting, they are always ready to charge out of the water or to attack a predator or whatever the case is, whichever animal it is, or try and evade a predator. So even though he is just taking it super easy today, chilling it out, being Dewey as we know him, you can see those ears are constantly moving, he's constantly listening, and of course he's got his eyes on his water hole. Just sit still. There we go. That's nice. Thanks, Dewey. And that truly is the best spot for the terrapin to be, for as long as Dewey actually sits still. Because that terrapin is now sunbasking. Of course, it is a reptile, but it's also got the opportunity to get some ticks and parasites off of Dewey's body. Hannah, you would like to know if hippos have an extra layer to protect their eyes underwater. No, they do not. They are just so phenomenal in terms of their eyesight. And of course, they do most of what they do in the water. The only thing they don't really do in the water is eating. I mean, they can eat water lilies, of course, and if there is vegetation in the actual water hole they find themselves in. But then they'll come out of the water and they'll graze, they'll mark their territory, they can mate either inside or outside the water. But no, especially if you look at hippos when they are moving from one point to another, or even just a baby nursing, it truly is so incredible to actually witness that, them going underwater, coming back up. But no, they are just made for water, of course, aquatic animals. And this is your most dangerous water animal in Africa, even more so than a crocodile. Kiwi, just give us one yawn. Just one for the day, then we will leave you alone. Oh, we've got some nyalas, I was just about to say. I just want to have a look-see around and see if anyone else is around. But we do have some nyalas, which of course is a very common African antelope. Beautiful nonetheless.
When was the last time you caught your breath? When were you last truly amazed? When last did you marvel at the wonder of nature? Wild Earth Epic Animal Encounters. Only available on the Wild Earth app.
And it is so wonderful to see so many species in the middle of the day, just all enjoying the water. Hopefully we'll see some more, but even if we don't, we have had some amazing sightings here at Gowrie Dam today. But that truly is the beauty about birding. Even if you just go to a water hole or you go to a very dense sort of foresty area, I guarantee you there will always be birds. And sometimes, it's rare birds that you don't often see. A bird like the Burchell's cuckoo as well. A lot of people know them as the rainbirds. It's always good to look for them in the riverine areas as well as your bee eaters, your red bishops. That is definitely one of my favorite things to do on safari, is just to go sort of maneuver along a water hole, even if you just plonk yourself down in one area for a good hour or so and literally just wait and listen. Riley, good morning, and thank you so much for getting in touch with us. You would like to know what is a bird's best sense? Well, I can't really tell you because I'm not a bird. But I would say from experience, from observing them and from what I've studied about them, definitely their eyes. But birds are very vocal animals as well, so they can definitely listen to one another very well as well. The different bird calls that they've got, whether it's an attraction call or an alarm call. So I would definitely say their eyes. Birds have really, really good eyes. When you look at the stork, for instance, he sees exactly what goes on in the water. Amphibians, fish, anything potentially a meal, you'll definitely spot that. But then their hearing as well, as I say, they've got really, really good alarm calls, and then attraction calls, display calls. So definitely their eyes and their ears, I would say, Riley. Well, I will keep on birding here in the beautiful Djuma, and of course keep an eye on Dewey, see if he might do something. But while I do so, let's head on over to Steve to see what he's up to.
When the impalas are going to find some shade, a very good option. You think you can get that round? We're going to try something. Warthogs have been coming down en masse, and it looks like we've got a few more little youngsters that have decided to come down. That looks lovely. It is a pool party here They've been here already, but something spooked them and they ran away. I know Lisa had some warthogs as well before. A lovely way to cool down. Little piglets deciding that they would like a drink as well. Mum gets no respite. She just went to the pool for a quick swim. Now we've got a feeding frenzy from 3 angles. Talk about being pulled in all different directions. There are a lot of baby warthogs around at the moment. Just the other day, right there, a little family came down and one of the piglets was hunted by a lioness. It's quite the image. Everybody's getting comfortable. Everybody except Mum, of course. Now, I've never seen anything like that before. A warthog wallowing with 3 piglets attached. Now they're like, oh goodness, Mum, we weren't finished. Best of both worlds. Chilling out in the mud wallow and getting fed. And beautiful shiny coats of the impalas moving into screen, and 2 different sows at the back there with 2 different groups of piglets. You can see the size difference. Impala, can you move out of the way please? We are looking at the warthogs. Thank you. And the warthogs have vanished. That's how they vanish. Oh, a bit more coming from the other side. Oh, this impala is going to find himself in a whole lot of trouble if he's not afraid. Jamie, well, the key to warthogs protecting their youngsters is to detect the predator before the predator gets too close. It's not always that easy, but every now and again a warthog will turn on a predator as well, and sometimes at its own detriment. So I think one of the key survival strategies of warthogs is the fact that they go into burrows at night. That's when most of the danger is out and about for pigs. They go into burrows at night. They sleep in a burrow at night, going in backwards and coming out forwards. That's one of the biggest survival strategies for themselves as well as their babies. But adult warthogs have been known to turn on a predator. They're going to come through the little gap there. Have been known to turn on a predator, and big warthogs can kill predators. They are very dangerous indeed. But when a lion comes and the warthog is being chased, they all just scatter, and it's quite amazing how quick these little warthogs are. They're very fast. They are very, very fast. But their eyesight is atrocious. Their sense of smell, I would say, is very good. They're coming around the other side round. They decided they would like to be more in the open. Let's have a look. Is that a male coming down with them, standing vigil at the back? Hello, wallowing pigs. Female, female. And a female. All females. You can see the female on the left has got incredible tusks compared to the others. now she's going to get into the mud. So although warthogs can protect their youngsters, they generally run away. That's the key. Like that. And everybody must be vigilant and must be quick. And then back to the water. And this is life lessons the youngsters are learning about. Vigilance is key. Run and drink when you can. And so they will follow suit. They will come back when the adults do, trotting in. So having more than one piglet is a good survival strategy, and burrowing into old used termite mound holes, aardvark burrows and the like, is another good strategy, and then being very quick. This is definitely not their eyesight that is keeping them protected. Their sixth sense, I would say. Those tusks can be used very, very well against a predator. Cheetah, leopard, wild dog. Deadly, deadly, deadly tusks. Or tushes as they're called. I don't like the word tushes. And off they go. Starting to get very difficult for these impalas. You can see the little youngster there on the left. It's knee deep mud stains. And we had one come in on the right just now that nearly got stuck. And the problem is if they get stuck, they start to flail, they get more stuck. And once they lose energy, they will actually get trapped inside the mud. So they have to be very careful, impala, not to get caught in the mud trap that is what Skåkåpan is turning into. But it's incredible, the desire to drink sometimes can lead them into some tricky situations. interesting. These two young boys with a little foal, or lamb, should I say. Well, everybody, the action at Skokopane continues with impala. Come down en masse. This little young lamb looks like it's a bit forlorn. I did that once as a youngster. Got my mum very, very upset. We were away camping down in Eastern Cape, a place called Ganubi. And I was a young boy. I must have been 5, 4, maybe less, I don't know. And some other kids from the campsite went to the beach, and so Steve went to the beach with them. Lo and behold, my parents found me a while later and were very upset because they had no idea where I'd gotten to. So this little impala lamb is pulling Steve right now. Innocent as it might seem, it's very stressful for your parents, little one, and especially when you don't know how to access the water, because you've already got socks of mud. Yes, have a look at the older impala, see where they drink. You're not going to drink from there, you're going to slip in there, and then Rian or myself are going to have to come and pull you out. Okay, well, we're going to stay right here, see who else comes down to the party. In the meantime, let's send you down to Kariega and see what Nick has got in store for you.
Okay, we've managed to find our beautiful male lion here. Just got himself a nice small open clearing here. You can see dense thickets on either side of him. And doing a bit of grooming, cleaning that mane, grooming his paws there. Remember, we did have a sprinkle of rain last night, so he might have got a little bit dirtier there. So really giving his mane a thorough clean there. So he's just basically working his tongue through that mane. Remember, he's got quite a rough tongue. You know, sometimes even at carcasses, if lions are licking the hide of an animal, you can hear how rough that tongue is. He's kind of going about his business, cleaning away here. There's definitely, you can see a few flies that are buzzing around him that get his attention every now and then. He almost looks at them quite comically. So in terms of where we are, we're right down in the bottom of one of the valleys here. And his brother is slightly just off to the left-hand side. And there is a lioness here as well. It looks like the young lioness of around 2.5 years, 2.5, 3 years or so. And it looks like that they might be mating. They're in a very dense area, a very thick area here. Not much room for maneuvering around. I did have a view of the brother and the other lioness in the open with this one, but it was a quick fleeting glimpse. They've kind of just moved off and settled in the bush. But I'm hoping that they might come out. Remember, with the process of mating, if the female does get up and move, the male will follow her around pretty much everywhere. So I'm really hoping that they'll read the script, come out into the open area for us here. But look at the mane of this male here. Absolute beaut. So you can see he's now looking in the direction of where they did go off. I'm really hoping that he doesn't join them, because if they do, there's no way to get an angle to see where they've gone there. Remember, we have had him grooming now. There's been one or two almost small little yawns. So those are potential sort of precursors to a lion getting up and moving. But I think in terms of that other pair shifting position, it was purely because the female got up and moved that that other male followed suit. And they're only resting probably about 6-7 meters away to the left-hand side of this one. But quite a thick, impenetrable area. But they have chosen this area relatively well. I guess it is a cooler day today. There's these open patches here where they can lie down. There won't be any thorns or anything like that. Only about 50-60 meters away from here, there is a small little water hole that they can drink from if they get a bit thirsty. So it's now pretty clear and obvious that that other male will be the dominant one. Jesse, definitely. The lions will definitely use it as a form of communication. Amongst each other, they will use them as a sign that they're getting frustrated, that they're upset, and they will flick them from side to side and sometimes whip the ground with them. So that'll be kind of one of the more sort of minute nuances of sort of behavior amongst lions. Between lions, more of that behavior would be sort of aggressive behavior, would be standing tall, baring teeth and things like that, roaring. Whereas that behavior of flicking tails, for us, if we're doing a bushwalk and you come across a lion and you can see it flicking its tail quite aggressively, that's the first sign that a lion is not comfortable with you being there, doesn't want you there. Other than that, they will definitely use their tails to swat flies. There's a big stretch. Looks like he might even settle down there, possibly. Remember that other lioness had been up there, so there is a chance that he may do a bit of that flame and grimace. And while he looks like he's settling back down, I think we're going to
awesome sighting for this time of the day. Well done on that. Brilliant to always see lions, but as I say, always a blessing whatever we see, whether it's birds, antelopes, any of the big five. And of course we are still with our beautiful springbok. I'm happy to report that I've actually spotted 2 springbok lambs earlier on. You can tickle me if I know where they are now. I really did try to keep up with them. But the interesting thing with springbok, so just to give you a background, I've actually never guided in a reserve that had springbok. I've seen them many a times. I've done quite a bit of research on them, obviously studied about them. But what was very fascinating for me to, start observing myself, which is something, of course, anything Google or anyone can tell you, but it's always better to actually start learning about animals yourself when you are watching them. And when we saw the first lamb, I think it was a week or 10 days ago, it was actually left by itself. It was just lying down in the grass, and whoever the mother was just carried on with her day. And I actually had a lot of inner conflict about it because I thought, shame, that poor animal. But then thinking about it, it definitely does have an advantage. because you can see there's some impala on the back as well. But you can imagine if a baby animal, especially because springbok, we see them in and around each other, but they are not always huddled together or follow each other necessarily that closely like the impala. So a lamb, if it is constantly sticking with mom is obviously a much bigger animal to spot for predator. And so as soon as mom makes or is made out, then the lamb will definitely rather be targeted by a predator. So when a lamb is just lying still by themselves, just sort of doing their thing, then a predator won't spot it as easily as it would the mother moving around. And it's very much the same for blesbok as well. They've got the same parenting style. But as I say, right now I have no idea where these lambs are. And of course they camouflage so well when they are just lying down, cooling off, just doing their thing. And of course they don't have to eat as much as the adults yet. They are mostly relying on the mother's milk. And they need to rest a lot. Their tiny legs are not used to constantly standing up and moving around.
Thank you for joining us and have a fantastic...
You miss all. Never fear, you won't have to miss another beat on Wild Earth again with our Catch-Ups channel, where you can rewatch missed safaris and shows whenever you please. Only available on the Wild Earth app.
Thank you for joining us and have a fantastic morning.
So again, these beautiful birds that we see coming and going constantly, they've got this beautiful green coloration, blue, yellow, white. Those are the European bee eaters, and you can see every now and again they just sort of dip into the water. Now that is actually to cool off, but also to get some water. I just want to see what that springbok is doing, if it's just defecating or what is happening there. And if you are only joining us now, welcome to today's Escape to Nature. We have had some impeccable sightings from European bee eaters to saddle-billed storks. Steve has had some wonderful sightings of elephants in Madikwe, as well as warthogs, a lot of general game, as have Nick. And Nick just found a beautiful lion as well in Kariga. He's also seen some buffaloes this morning, so it really has been a super productive morning all around. We ourselves have seen some elephants in Juma as well. And then, of course, the lovely springbok here in Okokoyo. So it really has been an awesome, awesome day on Escape to Nature. And my name is Lisa. I'm the waterhole naturalist. So I'm observing the beautiful dam cam here in Namibia, as well as our dam cam in the Sawi Sands. And of course, keeping all of you posted. But remember, we are live, we are interactive. So if you have any questions or any comments, you are more than welcome to let us know. Keep us posted with what you would like to see, what you would like to know. We really love hearing from all of you. Jackal, you are saying you are loving how beautifully green Okokoyo has become. And I definitely agree there with you. It has literally within a couple of days completely transformed. And that is definitely beneficial for the animals, such as the springbok. Of course, they are grazers, but as we know, in most of Africa, a lot of the animals that could potentially fall prey to a predator will give birth in the summertime. And you know, there's a lot of hypotheses behind that, in terms of people saying, well, the rain will wash away the smell of afterbirth, etc., etc. The one obvious one is, of course, you know, the more it rains, the more food is around, and so the little ones will eventually also have food when they need it. Of course, as I mentioned, they will rely on their mother's milk for the first month or so at least. And then they will start grazing. And then sadly, you know, we don't like to think about it, but it is the reality. The more baby animals there are around, and in general, the more life is around, the more food there is available to predators as well. Constantly want to keep my eyes open for the springboks lying down, because they can give birth either lying down or standing upright. Heather, you would like to know what's the biggest antelope? The biggest antelope would be an eland. It is a fairly common species in a lot of our other locations, such as Amakala and Kariga. But here in Okokoyo, we have only seen them a mere 2 times. But an eland is your biggest antelope. And then you will also have your gemsbok coming down the ladder. Your gemsbok, kudu. But springbok is definitely one of the smaller ones. Not smallest, but definitely one of the smaller antelopes. Which is why I'm super excited to see the babies. And to show you the babies, of course. Just want to have a look at this one in the middle. Because often what antelope and a lot of animals, even zebras, you know, what they will do is when they are pregnant and when they are very close to giving birth, they'll actually sort of, it can be for grooming purposes as well and for scratching purposes as well. But specifically your females, if they are close to giving birth, they'll actually sort of nudge their stomachs with their heads. I think it's to help with the contractions and to sort of speed up the process. And I only say I think because, we can only interpret as much as we can and want to and is available to us. And you can be monitoring animals for 20 years straight and there'll always be something new to learn. We don't always know why they do what they do. We can only sort of use our common knowledge and project it onto them. I'm just trying to figure out, of course, it's difficult when it comes to something like an eland, a springbok, a gemsbok, a wildebeest, to sort of tell the gender, because both male and female have horns. So it's not like an impala that is fairly simple, it's just the rams that have the horns. With springbok, both male and females do have the horns. So unless you see the actual genitalia on the stomach, then it can be quite difficult to sex them, and particularly when they are lying like this. It's making my life a little tricky right now. I think I'm just going to scan across the board just to see. And again, it is difficult to actually spot the little ones, but we'll see if we can maybe spot a few lambs. No, it's just the adults trying to deceive me. But you can see a lot of them are lying down. It is because they are pregnant, so it is very exhausting in this sort of heat and humidity, even though it is luckily fairly overcast today. But I will keep searching for our little ones, and while I do so, I'm going to send you back to Stephen Madikwe.
Welcome back to Skokopane, where our elephants have returned. Another herd entirely, and the action doesn't stop here. It just keeps unfolding from impalas to elephants to warthog. And once these elephants are done, there's a whole line of wildebeest moving in from the left that might come and join as well. How blessed are we today? Now the wildebeest are going to come and drink this water that the elephants are continuing to foul. I mean, you can see it. You can see the color of this liquid that's being splashed on the elephants. And another herd is about to arrive. We'll just stay here. There's another 5 or 6 coming in with a big bull as well. So there might be some interest between the bull that we saw. Look at him. He's under the water. More elephants about to enter the frame from the left. Let's just see how this plays out. Because there's also a bull. We know that they like to cause a bit of trouble. Oh, here they come. Yay! And the babies. Been waiting for some time to cool themselves. Oh! Mark, what a spectacular sighting indeed. The wildebeest are all arriving at the back, and they are going to wait. Going to wait for the elephants to move. Now these wildebeest need to be careful. Youngsters. It's getting quite muddy in there and pretty sticky underfoot. He loved that. He's going to do it again. There's a big elephant bull coming in from the back now. We're going to see what happens now. But Carmen, yeah, they seem to be the biggest bullies. They're just big. And they chase everything around. They want to secure water. And out in the wild places, the biggest is the biggest. Elephant bull that was with us earlier, he's obviously picked up on the smell of this herd and he's decided to come back. Hopefully he'll come into frame shortly. But it's quite interesting. These elephants are actually being intimidated by the wildebeest. The wildebeest are hot and bothered and are being very, very brazen. Yeah, Mum's going to come and say, "Come here, child. Stop playing with those animals. They are not your friends." But I want to, Mum. There's just ridiculous scenes happening here. I've never seen anything like it. Almost reminiscent of the migration, the amount of wildebeest coming through. Okay, so it's going to start getting very tricky towards the right here where these wildebeest are. That area is getting muddy. And we had an impala nearly get stuck in there earlier. It becomes sloshy and sticky. Wildebeest getting displaced from their mothers, calling. It's absolute chaos here at Skokopad. The pan that keeps on giving, hey Rian? I mean, Rian has to do all the logging of all the footage that gets recorded, and I think Skokopad is featuring a lot. Skokopad elephants, Skokopad elephants, Skokopad wildebeest and elephants. How splendid. Well, I thought initially the wave of black coming from the left was some buffalo, but it was these wildebeest. They're all covering themselves in mud and desperate to get a drink. I've never seen a herd of animals displace elephants from water before. That is a first for me. Elephants normally dominate and all the other animals wait. But the wildebeest came in brazenly, and the elephants aren't used to that. They're used to things standing their ground. And here, this big bull, who's been here already, has come back again. Clearly hasn't found a female here of any interest to him. Burp. Wildebeest calves calling their mothers. Burp. A very cute sound. He's a big lad, that one. He's not in must that I can tell, but he still is shown deference by the other bulls. how would you say they've been quite patient and tolerant? Well, I think the wildebeest were so desperate to drink, they didn't care. They just walked right in, which was quite surprising. I thought they would have stood right back. They actually walked around the elephant, so they took off the elephant's escape route from the water, came around the gap and went straight in again, which I thought was remarkable. And then they actually displaced the elephants from the water, which for me, I mean, I know that Elisa's watching, Nick Dunn and Karicha. I wonder if they've ever seen antelope displace elephants from water. I've never seen it before. Elephants are known to be very protective of their water source, and I think they got a bit overwhelmed by the fact that these wildebeest came en masse. It's not going to be long before we see an animal getting stuck. And every animal that enters this muddy wallow takes with it a portion of mud, which increases the depth of this wallow. And it would have started out as a very small depression, a little basin here at the bottom of a couple of slopes. The clay, obviously the clay soil accumulates at the bottom of slopes in this little basin, and slowly but surely, as each animal has drunk or wallowed or scratched, removed some earth, and then that earth has been removed to increase the size of what was probably once upon a time a very small little indentation in the ground. There we go, this wildebeest is a bit late. That's a little bit more decorum. Not as keen to get its legs wet, its body wet. Tailor-dead animals have the potential to contaminate it. Carcasses. Now, the fact that it doesn't flow also leads to it eventually getting contaminated. If organic material is flowing in, you can get algal blooms, which can lead to contamination. But many of the animals we see here have got such strong digestive systems that going in and drinking this, they actually do all right. I've used the analogy before between my brother and myself. I mean, we both grew up in Johannesburg, we both come from the same family, but he lives in Scotland, where the water is cleaned or dealt with in a certain way, differently to South Africa. And he gets sick if he drinks tap water in South Africa. He gets sick if he drinks borehole water, because his system just isn't used to drinking water that's got minerals in it, water that is maybe not as filtered as what he finds up north. Whereas myself, I'm not saying I could survive off of this water here, but I would definitely filter that out through a sock or through something. I would probably be okay. I've drunk and been living off of groundwater and river water for months, last few years in fact, and I'm okay. So definitely develop a tolerance to being able to drink what we would call foul water or defiled water. But there's more sediment in this than there is water at the moment. So that is my only thought. They're getting lots of minerals in their diet, which is a good thing. Geophagy. I wonder if the drinking of earth is also called geophagy. I know the eating of earth called geophagy, but now the drinking of chocolate milkshake, geophagy. just like that, calmness returns to Squawkle Pan. The Walk of the Warthog. Ding, 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 ding. Can you picture a theme song there, Ariane? Hello, my girl. And out of frame she trots. The wildebeest trying to find the scant shade that there is here around this watering hole. I'm sure they're probably all going to go find a shady spot to ruminate after they've had their very muddy drink. Well, after the chaos of the competition for this scarce resource, the wildebeest now are taking it easy. That was once upon a time a light brown coloured animal. It has now become a warthog. And the boys are clearly in town. Of course they're boys. Who else is going to headbutt each other than young boys? Good time for social interaction. I mean, I've never heard of wildebeest wallowing like this. I've seen bulls covering their horns, excuse me, their face, their horns specifically to make them look bigger, almost like wearing a big puffy jacket to make someone's arms look more buff. And wildebeest I've seen do that, but I've never seen a whole herd go into a muddy wallow, and many of them cover themselves completely with mud. Fascinating. It's a thing with being out here in these wild places, is that we're always learning. There's always something new. There's always some new experience. And when I used to train guides, I used to tell them there's a lot you can learn from a book. There's a lot you can learn. But what you've seen for yourself through your guiding experiences is true. It's a fact. It has happened in front of you. Any book and any study is a study that someone has done somewhere else. And it isn't always true for every animal you see. For example, studies done on warthogs in the Serengeti are going to lead to very different results down here. But if you've seen it physically, then you will know it is a truth for yourself, and that is when the stories come. Like, once upon a time I was at this pan, and this whole herd of wildebeest with their offspring chased elephants out of the water. I mean, it's not something I would have thought I could have even made up. But it's now a fact. Whether you find it in another book, probably hasn't been seen in many, many places. If it has, I wonder if Lisa and Nick have seen it. Maybe they can share some insight. But Rian, I'm supposing you haven't ever seen anything like that before. No. Brazen wildebeest. Oh my goodness. That Lana falcon just hit the back of the warthog. What? Did you see that? That was on... Here he is it a Lana? Goodness gracious. What was it doing? It's flying above us now. It looked like a Lana falcon to me, and that warthog is completely peeved off. Now that is something as well that I've never seen before. Was it going for a bird and it missed, but it actually hit the warthog? Am I right? I was looking away. I was looking at another bird that was flying, and out of the corner of my eye, please, Mission Control, tell me you saw that. Tell me you saw that bird hit the back of the warthog. I saw it out the corner of my eye. Looked like a Lana falcon. You saw it. Thank you, Dee. Any chance of a replay or something? Because this warthog would really like to know what on earth just happened. Okay, so I got a good look at the bird, and I think it was a Lana falcon, a youngster going from youngish plumage into adult plumage. Maybe it was being a bit brazen, because it had the streakiness on the chest. So Mission Control is playing back a replay for me in my ear and saying that it tried to land on the warthog, and then the warthog obviously jumped for its life, and both of them had a mini heart attack. It probably thought that the warthog was a rock and it could land on the rock. Goodness gracious me. Now, if any of you out there witnessed what happened there, I was telling the viewers the other day we had what looked like a Lana falcon coming down and trying to hit a swarm of quailers, but it was out the corner of our eye. We didn't really see it. We weren't framed there. And I said the only way you capture those things is to have your frame like that. Pan is the wrong word. I always get it wrong. Framed on the animal and the bird comes in. That's the only way you get to see it. So I have no doubt some of you watching are going to be able to cut us some screenshots and send them through. And if any of you did see it, let us know how that made you feel. Did you get a bit of a jump? Did you feel like the warthog felt, of something with talons about to land on your back? How marvelously ridiculous at the same time. The warthog's got enough to worry about. Falcons coming and landing on its back. So I'm almost certain it was a a young Lanner falcon. I'm almost certain. I've seen it around already. I didn't get my binoculars to it, but it flew right over us on the way out, and I got a very good look at it with my eyes. But maybe some screenshots saved and sent will be able to give us a more defining look at it. Quite a pale sort of upper parts in the juvenile. Still got that sort of mask that the adults develop, but very rufusy head, and the back is sort of brown, and the underparts are pale with little flecks of brown. The Eurasian hobie would be much darker, very similar flecking, but much darker, grey, if it was an adult. Amanda, a blink of an eye moment indeed. If you weren't watching the screen, you would have missed it. So if you have the potential to rewind, everybody, and you want to see a warthog have a heart attack, go on ahead. About 5 minutes ago, I think. I was having a look at some with my binoculars, trying to identify what looked like a swift coming down to drink from the water, and I didn't quite get a look at it until I heard a noise, and I looked up to see all of that unfolding. Poor warthog. It might not have even been a swift coming down. I didn't even get a good look. Howard, you saw it and it looked like an attack. It looked like an attack, and it was very, very quick. Sure. I'm actually speechless. As I said before, Skålkopan, the action doesn't stop, and well, this pan has provided us with some incredible views. Ben and Igor are going to be taking over for myself and Rian from next week Wednesday, and I don't know, unless there's rain, if there's going to be much in the way of liquid to play with here at Skålkopan. But if it rains, this will once again turn into a hive of activity. Rian asked me if I'm going to wallow in here before we leave, and I said no, I'm not, because if you've ever found yourself in this kind of mud, it's almost impossible to get it off of you unless you happen to be near a hose pipe. You need to scrape it off. It gets very thick. It congeals in you very quickly. Obviously it serves the purpose for the wallowing and the purpose the warthogs and elephants and the buffalo like it for. Cover their bodies, protect them against the sun, suffocate any parasites that might be trying to suck your blood. And this warthog is, there we go. Am I going to get attacked by another bird over here? Please no. Being very vigilant. Oh, got some in the eye there. That might have been a bit of a reach. There we go, feeling much better. Warthog now walks away, wagging its tail in pure ecstasy of mud and coolness. And again, Skålkopan quietens down until the next approach of animals, patience is a virtue, and as Lisa knows, spending time at watering holes pays off. Let's go chat to her about any wildebeest chasing elephants off that she might have seen.
Steve, never in my life have I witnessed anything like that. Honestly, that was so amazing to see how the wildebeest just decided, no, we know you're bigger than us, but we'll rather risk our chances than overheat. So no, I have never seen that. It really was a first for me as well. And I actually managed to finally get our European bee eaters on camera. But as always, they are making it difficult.
Here at Wild Earth, we know it's not always possible to watch your favorite show live. If catching up on safaris is critical to you, then download the Wild Earth app and watch the catch-ups here first. Catch-ups are available on our app before YouTube, and in addition, there are cut-downs of each show for those who only have time to watch the best bits.
That was incredibly cute.
Download the brand new Wild Earth app today and don't miss out.
But as you can see, the heavy clouds are pulling in once again. It is definitely becoming very overcast, so I suspect we'll probably get some rainfall again this afternoon, which, as I mentioned, that is the norm for this time of the year. This is the rain season, even though it's just a little bit north of South Africa and Kruger itself. It definitely shows a way different pattern, and of course different vegetation that we see around the geology all of the rocks and everything that we see around is so much different than all of our locations, I would say, than Djuma, then Madikwe, even the lovely Moshato in Botswana. And again, you've got so many species that can all exist in these different areas and temperatures. Just want to keep an eye on this beautiful leadwood tree. Just want to see if the bee eaters are going to return. And remember, we are live and we love hearing from you. So please do keep your questions and comments coming. Anything you would like to know or have us look for, you're more than welcome to send those through to us and let us know what you would like to talk about or perhaps look for in all of our various locations. We'll definitely try our very best. Definitely quite a few springbok in comparison to other days that are lying down. Now that could be for various reasons. It could be due to the weather that's building. You know, of course, animals do feel weather. They do feel storms and rainfall and all of that coming, so that might be why. Secondly, might be the soft grass. It's not generally something we see, but ever since, you know, the grass has started reappearing and coming back, we see a lot more springbok actually taking a little bit of a rest. Thirdly, it could also be, you know, that there is so much food around right now, so they don't constantly have to sort of look for scraps and bits and pieces of grasses, so they can just rest and regurgitate. And then fourthly, it might be because they are pregnant. They might just be tired, taking a little break. Every mom needs a nap. Jerome, you would like to know, are there any endangered plants in this area? To my knowledge, not that I know of, no. I could be wrong. I've actually wanted to investigate this area for quite a bit of time, but unfortunately our dam cam does not allow us to actually zoom quite far in. But to my knowledge, no. I am, however, planning a trip this year to go to this beautiful location in Namibia. And then I will definitely tell you all about it. And interestingly enough, if you go research Ukokoyo, it is very limited information on this area itself. So you can definitely try to research it. Oh, there's a tiny one! Oh my goodness. Whoa. Whoa. Our apologies about that. For that lesser spotted Homo sapien. Starbuck, good afternoon and thank you so much for joining us. I know how stunning is this greenery. It is absolutely beautiful. So incredible. And again, it's so wonderful to start seeing the new life, of course, we have with the zebras, the wildebeest, some of the oryxes. But I think it's definitely going to become very evident now with all of the other antelope as well, like we just saw with that baby springbok. Thank goodness they are fast enough. But that is I'm not even going to begin my full-on preaching session. But that again just shows us that us as humans can be so, I think, just oblivious to everything that's going on around us, whether it's birds or actual animals or frogs, even just in your garden at home. But, jeez, that lesser spotted Homo sapien definitely prepared that little lamb for life. You can see it's just busy nursing. It's a little bit tricky to see. Just trying to see if I can spot more lambs amongst the adults. And if you are only tuning in to us now or joining us now on Escape to Nature, welcome and thank you so much for joining us. We have had an awesome day. Steve has had some beautiful elephant encounters in Madikwe. He even had a very cool interaction where wildebeest actually chased elephants away and stood their ground at the waterhole. As well as some warthogs and general game. Nick himself had some general game, a beautiful male lion, some buffaloes. I myself have had some elephants in the lovely Juma, as well as saddleboard storks, and just all in all some general game, as well as Dewey, our beautiful hippo. And then here in the lovely Okokoyo, we have had some European bee eaters, as well as this springbok. So it really has been a beautiful day all around on Escape to Nature. We've seen some cool interactions. We've even had what Steve suspected was a Lana falcon attack, or I don't know, trying to ride a warthog. We are not really sure what happened. It happened so fast, but there was that cool interaction as well. So it really has been an awesome day. We've had a couple of springbok lambs already. I do believe there's definitely way more than the eye meets, or than we can actually see, because they camouflage so well, and they are tiny little things, dainty, fragile little antelopes. So it really has been an awesome day all around. But as always, please do keep your questions and your comments coming. Lenny, you would like to know, are there any trees in Okokoyo that bear fruit? Yes, definitely. Our leadwood, the big tree off to the left. Sorry, goodness, to the left. That is, of course, a leadwood. And let me just see if I can get us a look. But this tree, this is actually a very cool tree, because their fruits can be used for cough mixtures, as well as their roots. They make brilliant firewood, and then, you know, as soon as you've actually had a complete fire and a barbecue or whatever it is you would like to do, and of course I'm not talking about burning down a live tree, I mean if there is perhaps one that has already died, but they make this beautiful white ash. And a lot of the times in your African cultures, people actually use that to whitewash their homes. But this leadwood definitely bears fruit. Unfortunately, Lenny, I won't be able to tell you other than that, and I'm only referring to this specific location, just merely because I haven't really been able to do proper treeing to identify all of the actual trees back in the tree line. But definitely, and I think that is why so many animals are able to thrive in this area. Of course, in the summertime, we've seen there's a lot of green around. But I can only imagine what it looks like in the tree line. There must be so many flowers and fruits and things around for the animals to eat, which is probably what is, causing them not to have to constantly come out here to the waterhole. There we are. We are in the lovely Djuma, and we've got some impalas hanging out, doing their thing. And of course, just enjoying the shade. Really is always so incredible to see, even with animals, just like humans. Some of them prefer constant shade. Others don't mind being in the sun and hanging out. But of course, for the most part, rule of thumb would be conserve as much energy as possible. Just slowly gonna take a look-see around, see what else is at the waterhole. But it seemed like a fair amount of impalas that came past. And they seem to have the world's energy today. Not these. The other ones definitely a bit more. I love when they do that, and it's amazing how they can always do that and just all of the sudden come to a standstill. They seem so happy. Of course, the nursery, as opposed to the springbok that I was discussing earlier on. With impalas, you'll often find they are very close-knit, and especially the lambs will sort of form a little creche or nursery where they can all more or less be under the protection of quite a few adults. Sometimes it's just one looking after them at a time. But as I said, with a springbok, you know, they'll sort of be left alone just to not draw attention to any of the predators. But this is what impalas will do. They will always stick together. Alrighty, well, I will keep an eye on these beautiful antelope, and in the meantime, I'll send you over to Steve.
Well, thanks, Lisa. We've just been taking it very easy here. And the warthogs, different group, I believe, have returned. It's hard to say, really. They all look very similar. And there are some tentative wildebeest as well. You see the size difference between a warthog and a wildebeest. Let's see if that bull gives that warthog a hard time.
Join us from the 23rd till the 27th of January for a week of back-to-school special safaris tailored specifically towards our future conservationists. Our naturalists will exclusively be taking questions from schools across the globe. Tune in for some entertaining animal education to ease you back into the school year, because fostering the upcoming generations of conservationists matters.
You can see the tiny lamb. There's actually two of them, but one is significantly smaller than the other. Just off to our left. So the springbok are pregnant for about 6 months, so it's not too long a gestation. And as I mentioned, they are in fact summer breeders, summer falling or rainfall breeders, we should rather say. Falling specifically during this time up for probably 3 months or so. We'll hopefully have a lot of rainfall. I think a lot of these springbok are actually uncomfortable. You can see this one constantly scratching, and this can be a normal behavior, but for me personally, from my own experience, what I've specifically seen with animals in the summertime, first of all, they are much hotter, so they are much more uncomfortable. Of course, you know, summertime brings forth a lot more parasites and ticks and insects that are crawling all over their body. But also the fact that they are pregnant. You know, I've often seen wildebeests, other general game that sort of nudge their stomachs while still pregnant, and that actually induces the contractions or the, yes, it is contractions, right? But that speeds up the process, so that definitely does help them. So that springbok may have been doing it for various reasons. But I really do hope we see a springbok giving birth on this damn camera. Even if it's not today, you know, even if it's not tomorrow, that will definitely be super amazing. But speaking of super amazing, I'm going to send you over to Nick, who's got a super amazing sighting of buffaloes.
Thanks, Lisa. There's definitely no shortage of green colours here on Kariega either. And our buffalo have all bedded down for the little midday siesta. So you can see we're right up on the edge of the hillside here, very close to this Albany thicket. And the herd is kind of a little bit divided at the moment. We've got, all of these ones in the frame that are all bedded down, and then we've got kind of a few others on the left hand side, which I'll pan to just now, that are kind of standing up, potentially getting ready to do a bit of feeding. But remember, we do need the pathfinder to lead the herd. It doesn't look like she's up at the moment, so potentially in this group that we're having a look at. And it is pretty much slap bang in the middle of the day, so you can't blame these buffalo for just taking it easy. It's very interesting to see how whenever it gets very windy here at Kariega, a lot of the animals make their way to the sort of the eastern side of the slope here. Potentially they're a little bit more protected from the wind by this thicket here. There is also a bit of a dip just behind my vehicle to the right. I mean, you can see some impala top right of the frame there. There's blesbok there as well. Those impala are actually really well camouflaged. They're pretty much all the way at the top of the frame, all the way from the right hand side all the way to the left if you look carefully. You can see these are the ones that are standing up here a little bit. Randy, thanks for your question. Can the dried mud cause any discomfort to the animals? Talking about buffaloes, no. It's kind of a case of the more the merrier, really. Remember that mud is going to help to protect the skin from the sun, protect the skin from parasites and things like that. So that's definitely not going to cause any damage to the skin. Even if there's wounds and things like that, yes, they will still go and roll around in the mud. Still scratch up against a tree. Those oxpeckers will still go and peck around there. But remember, they're tough things, these buffalo. They're very hardy things. So even if they do have a wound and they get some mud in there, that's not a problem. Whereas, you compare that to humans. It's amazing how resilient all of these animals are. Imagine for a human if we had something that would essentially, you need stitches to help heal it. And instead of getting stitches, you go and roll around in the mud. How badly infected that would get. So now all these animals do an amazing job of staying healthy. Shame, you can see this little calf is trying its best to drink from mom, but mom is not so keen on that. So remember, for the buffaloes, the calves will drink from behind the mother. So that's the access point to drink. And you can still see that little youngster's going for it there. So obviously a buffalo's got a similar shape, a similar design to something like a cow, I guess. Remember, for your cows, Jersey cows, and I guess all of the cows, they will be suckling from the side, not from behind the mother like this little youngster's trying to do. Can't be hell of a easy for that little one, it's trying to suckle on the go there. Mom's not really allowing it to have some easy access there. Wow. surely in terms of transmissions between buffalo herds and things like that, for sure. A lot of the sort of the airborne sort of types of things they'll have to be wary of. Then I guess if you look at something like TB, bovine tuberculosis, how that can kind of spread through the whole ecosystem quite quickly. If let's say a buffalo does get bovine TB and it passes away, you can then get your hyenas, which will come and feed on that, your lions, which will feed, you can get your jackals, you can get your vultures. So really incredible how it can be passed on to so many different members. Remember, you can get sort of the different organs of the body could get something like the TB itself within their organ. So I've seen a coalition of lions where one lion did get TB from a carcass. So something like the pancreas could get inundated with that virus. And if one lion eats the pancreas but another one eats the liver, which doesn't have, which isn't affected, it can result in sort of one lion getting that TB and the other not. And obviously then your something like your lion might start to wither out and not look the greatest. But all of our buffalo looking nice and strong, fit, healthy, got their New Year's resolutions down. They're doing the exercise for the day. I mean, you look at the body structure of a buffalo. I mean, it's quite a big, bulky animal. I mean, it doesn't look like it's maybe in the best shape. But when you see buffaloes running, once they start to kind of stampede, you can really see right underneath the skin, there's just dense muscle. Your males are going to be weighing close to around 700 kilos. So big, solid bulls. And the large majority of that is muscle. You look at something like a giraffe as well. A giraffe, you wouldn't think it's an incredibly muscular animal. But there's very, very little body fat on a giraffe. I've been lucky enough to do some not darting, but a capture of a giraffe. I guess you do dart a giraffe, but yeah, I was able to feel a giraffe and really get a hands-on experience with it, and I was so surprised at how little body fat it has. It's just solid muscle. So one of my mentors when I was training to become a guide, he told me an incredible story of a giraffe and sort of the low body fats and muscle ratios and things like that. So this is not a case of he heard from a friend who heard from a friend. This is what happened, to the guy. He was driving. He had some guests on the vehicle. He had 6 guests in the vehicle, 2 per row. And they were positioned on a dam wall with quite a significant drop-off on the side. And they were having a look at hippos and birds and things like that. All of a sudden, a giraffe came bursting out of the bush on the far side of the dam wall and came running towards them, with a pride of lions hot on the heels of this giraffe. So now this dam wall, it was called Mvubu Dam, which in English is a hippo, even though they were having a look at the hippos. It was called the Mvubu Dam. And the guide, he was quite experienced. He'd been a guide for many years. He realized that the best thing to do in that situation was just to sit tight. In terms of trying to maneuver the vehicle around, because it was quite narrow there, he thought he's going to now cause extra commotion, and he'll move to the side and allow this giraffe to try and get away, because of all of the different variables of the drop-offs and things like that. Anyways, this one lion went down the embankment and kind of herded the giraffe and kept it on this damn wall, prevented it from kind of going off or anything like that. And this giraffe ended up running right next to the vehicle, and between the driver and the front row, it got one of its front, I think it was its front right leg, wedged inside the vehicle, stuck. So now this giraffe is going absolutely ballistic because there's a pride of lions hot on its heels. Its leg is stuck in a car, which, I mean, have you ever heard of that? And this lady in the front row, she automatically, like her instinct is kicked in, and she started punching this giraffe. And I mean, like, this is like something out of a movie. It's ridiculous. So before I keep going, I know I may have a creative mind, but this is still a true story. This is not from Madagascar or, some movie that you've seen on Netflix. So this giraffe's now going ballistic, and this lady, she's busy punching this giraffe on the leg, and I know, after having felt a giraffe, that is just muscle. Anyways, the lions are now trying to bring this giraffe down, and it's happening on the vehicle. The guide's trying to keep his guest sitting down, because you can imagine with the giraffe right there and the lions, I mean, it's just, you can imagine the commotion, the absolute chaos. Anyways, to cut a long story short, this giraffe manages to wedge itself out. Lions try and chase it, but the giraffe manages to get away without breaking his leg. I do not know how. So the guide, then turns around to settle everybody down and, maybe get them a Coke or probably like a strong beer or something after that, rather. But just make sure that everybody's fine. And he said to the lady, who was quite a short lady, he said, listen, I saw you, hitting that giraffe. What were you thinking? So she says no, she's in like MMA or UFC or Taekwondo. She did one of those things. I can't remember what it was, and her instinct just kicked in to just start punching this thing. So the guide said, is your hand okay? So she said, no, it's actually quite sore. So anyways, they got out some ice. They had the big cooler box, and they sorted it out, and they wrapped some ice in a towel or a little thing like that, and she iced her wrist and her hand and things like that for quite a while. Anyways, the next day she comes to the manager of the lodge and says, listen, my hand is really sore. I need to get this thing checked out. And she went to go get some x-rays done. And she'd broken her hand. She'd broken her hand punching this giraffe. So, I mean, not to say that the giraffe, even if it had a higher fat sort of content, not that it's not strong, but I mean, I can really imagine why her hand would just break after trying to punch a giraffe. But I mean, it's, like if you even had to write that for a script of a movie, people would just be like, that's absolutely not real, But yeah, I mean, absolutely crazy. Thank goodness I wasn't in that vehicle. I don't think anyone wants to be in that vehicle when that happens. But, I mean, with that being said, imagine if somebody had a GoPro strapped to their forehead. How that video would go absolutely viral. You see some crazy videos every now and then of, I saw one the other day of a pair of porcupines that had two youngsters, and this leopard was trying to catch these baby porcupine, and how the one would oscillate itself with and keeping its quills facing outwards to potentially stab at the leopard if it came close, and the other parent sort of porcupine would more actively run around following the leopard and keep it a further distance away. And I mean, that video went absolutely viral. But I mean, imagine if you got 4K video of of a lion pride attacking a giraffe with a giraffe's leg stuck in the vehicle. It's mental. Absolutely crazy. anyways, I'm not quite sure how I did manage to go off on a tangent of speaking about giraffes being caught by lions and stuck in a vehicle by looking at buffaloes. But we did manage to get there. Well, that's a good question. So a reasonable lifespan for a buffalo is somewhere slightly over 15 years or so. Remember, your females are going to be staying within the herd for pretty much their whole lives. Whereas the males, once they start to get a little bit older, they don't like to stay within the herd. So you'll often find them sort of peeling off from the herd and finding that sort of those other males and older males and forming that sort of bachelor group, of those really old Duggar boys, those really cranky ones. So you'll get different sort of life situations, but generally they'll live for slightly over sort of 15 years or so. I wouldn't say much more than 20 years. But obviously, specifically for those males, those bulls, once they have started to peel off from the herd, they do become a lot more vulnerable. Because within the herd, there's a whole lot more sets of eyes and ears to be looking out for potential threats. Whereas when they move off by themselves, or they join to form sort of 2 or 3 older bulls in a bachelor group, the probability of being surprised by a predator is that much higher. When those bulls become older like that as well, quite often their eyesight and their hearing is not what it was when they were in their prime of 7-8 years or so. By the time they get to 13-14 years, their eyesight is not very good. Generally by that age they've become quite cranky as well. They're very grumpy. They've got lots of wounds, lots of cuts and things like that. And those are the guys that you really have to be careful of when you are walking in the bush, those older buffalo bulls. When a buffalo does get a surprise, it basically comes down to making a split-second decision of fight or flight. And maybe when they were younger, because they were able to pick up on that surprise earlier, whether it's a lion or whatever, or a human, they can react differently. Maybe there's a bigger distance to be able to say, all right, actually there's enough time to run away here. Whereas when they do get older, they really just don't care anymore. They'll just go whatever frustrates them, they'll go at it. So you speak to a lot of trackers and things like that, and you ask them what is their worst sort of nightmare in the bush, or what would they not like to be surprised by, and 9 times out of 10 all of them will say buffalo, and specifically the old cranky bulls. You look at a lion gives you 1,000 little cues that it doesn't want you there, if you know what to look for. Whereas a buffalo, those older bulls, will often charge at you just like that. A lion's tail, like we talked about earlier today, in terms of the movement of a lion's tail will thrash from side to side. Its ears will go back. You'll see its eyes. The eyes dilate, they open up. It'll even start by giving you, still be static, very low to the ground, but it'll give you a it'll give you a growl, let you know that it's there. It may even mock charge you before it actually charges you full out. So a lion will give you plenty of different signs and signals that it doesn't want you there. Yeah, but I guess your question of how long does a buffalo live, I guess it comes down to whether the lions get them or not. But no, in a usual sort of life situation, 15 years or so, a little bit more potentially. But you can imagine for a pride of lions, if they did manage to catch a buffalo, that'll keep them going for many days. Emma, thanks for the question. They'll definitely use their horns to fight. Remember, there's not going to be so much fighting between females. It'll be more between males that are potentially looking to assert dominance in terms of who's going to be mating with a potential female if a female is coming into estrus. So they'll definitely use those horns to fight. And then if you look at the structure of a buffalo bull, he's got a big, thick neck, lots of dense muscle there. So, that's going to help to absorb the impact. But then also for something like if lions are attacking the pride, or attacking the herd rather, you will find the buffaloes protecting themselves and the youngsters with their horns. Females will not be scared to use their horns to chase off lions and things like that. Got some impala running at the foreground, at least at the top here in the background. The male's mucking around a little bit.
Mashatu Game Reserve has a glowing reputation as one of the most beautiful reserves in southern Africa. And now, atop a soaring cliff overlooking the Majale River, beneath the groves of Euphorbia succulents, sits the stunning new Mashatu Euphorbia Villas. These eco-friendly villas echo their beautiful natural surroundings, shaped to match the Mapanu parts of Mashatu. Enjoy earthy glamour with a consciousness for conservation woven into every element of these camps within the 32,000-hectare reserve.
In April, when it is the real sort of prime time of the rutting season, the rams will only be dominant for quite a short period of time, a week to a week and a half. It's not like you're going to have one male who's dominating everybody for a month. That's not going to happen. So quite interesting dynamics between sort of impala herds and the buffaloes that we've been talking about. And I think for the meantime, let's take you across to Steve and see what he's got for us.
Well, thanks, Nick. We came across a nice big male giraffe that was tucked up lying down with his son to the back and resting. Now he's stood up, still got his back to the sun, but taking it very easy on this warm day. Has gotten very warm. We're feeling it now. Nice to go home for a refreshing shower. Wonder if this giraffe knows what a refreshing shower feels like. He's not ruminating, which means that the stuff he's collected in his browsing efforts has been processed. And he was sitting down a bit longer than normal. Now he's thinking to himself, can I really move right now to go fill my belly once again? His mind over matter right now. Nicole, it's been a wonderful day out. It's been a wonderful day out. Thank you for bearing witness to these wonderful memories. Obviously, we can witness them and view them, but without you, the audience at home, to enjoy as well, our job is for nothing. So thank you for being a part of the journey and a part of the show. And thank you for your comments. And that goes to all of you out there who are watching and are commenting and engaging with us. It really does mean the world when we hear from you. Sitting out here in the heat of Madikwe, it's nice to know others are at least paying attention and enjoying. This giraffe feels like he wants to go back to sleep. Well, he's not alone. You will often find male giraffe on their own, but you'll often find them as well in these. Oh, he's doing some leg. He did a bit of a pirouette there. He was doing a bit of a stretch. He's a bit of an old boy, you see, and he had to just unlock those hamstrings before he could turn. Now he's going to go and disturb his friend over there that has been also chilling, chewing his cud, swishing the tail. Where have I not eaten? Which tree have I not plucked from yet? Can almost see the calculating risk. Or is he looking to the far watering hole going, goodness me, how far away is it really? They often do look rather sad, don't they? Tina, probably the eyeball, I would say. As with most animals, the eyeball is a very sensitive part. Hence why giraffe have got really long, bristly eyelashes to protect their eyes against the sticks. And then I'm sure it would have to be the genital area, or the anus would be the softest part. It's always protected there by the tail. It's where the flies are trying to bite and lay eggs and sting. And other than that, the rest of the giraffe is pretty tough. They got quite a thick skin. Their tongue is like leather. Their lips are able to deal with the most unbelievable looking thorns. So, as you and I would probably think, our tongue and lips are quite sensitive. Giraffes, not the case. We've got a very funny looking giraffe over here though, who's quite enjoying the bottom of this bush. Let's just hope he's in the right spot. Oh, goodness me. Now, hopefully, we're going to get... He's got a bit of an itch on his belly, and he's been doing some aerobics over this bush here. Oh, there we go. The ticks like to get... So the most sensitive part on the skin is right there underneath the legs, right in the hocks there, close to the genitals. That's where the ticks like to accumulate. And you'll find giraffe finding very spiny or sharp, sticky trees to climb on and to get that scratch, that itch. You can even see the tongue is moving. He's enjoying that. Oh, that's the spot right there. Hang on, let me just back up again. Let me go from this angle. There we go, yes. I'm going to step over it like this. Yeah. Right in the armpit. Ooh. You'll see he actually enjoys it. You know, I got stung by a bee the other day on my foot, and just the days of itchiness that follow, you know, that scratching itchiness that is just so satisfying to scratch. Watch his tongue shortly. As soon as he gets that really itchy spot, you'll see the enjoyment on his face. You'll see it in a moment. Where's the lips? The tongue? There we go. You know, and you give a dog a proper scratch on the belly, you can tell he's enjoying it when the tongue starts to come out. Yeah, and I think that tree has been properly violated now, so he's going to move on now that he's been witnessed in his in his scratching. And back to our boy over here, who has not done much, but now I think he's feeling like it's time to start moving. Walk it out, stretch those legs. Honey badger, I think I've seen twin giraffes, but I couldn't be certain. I've never seen an animal give birth to twins, but I do believe that most can have twins, but it's not common. It's not common. But I think I've seen a female with two youngsters that were the same age, but I couldn't be certain. They both looked like they were very interested in the same female, but it's hard to say. Okay, Rian. Well, I think our giraffe has given us as much action as he would like to. So, we're going to move on down the road, shall we? Get some air in the car here. It is stifling out here, everybody. Coming up to the airstrip, I have a feeling everything is going to be hiding in the shade. That breeze. That is quite a blessing. Quite a blessing. It's the lack of air movement that really gets you under this roof. A very bumpy road. Very open, very exposed, very hot on the airstrip. Not even any elephants to see. Okay. Well, Rian and I are going to head back for a short break. See you this afternoon, and we'll send you over to Lisa and see what she's up to.
Thank you, Steve. And of course, just as we went live, the zebras, the impalas, the nyalas all disappeared into the bush. But that is alright. I think we still might have some warthogs around. You can see the wind is definitely picking up here in the lovely Djuma. And I don't think the animals mind it too much. Of course, you know, it can mean one of two things. They either head deeper into the bush, get as much shelter as possible, because when the wind is blowing this profusely, they can't always determine where exactly noises, sounds, smells, all of that is coming from. But the warthogs don't seem to mind it. They'll they'll take their chances. They don't really care. I think it's so ironic. Literally 2 minutes ago, we had a zebra, some impalas, some nyalas. But that is all right. You can still see the impalas a little bit just under the bush. And of course, we have had an awesome day today on Escape to Nature and have seen many, many animals, from elephants to wildebeest, to elephants and wildebeest having a standoff at the waterhole with Steve and Madikwe, to a baby elephant almost getting stuck in the mud. It was adorable. Oh my goodness. Here in Djuma, we've also seen some elephants, and then Nick and Karija has seen some buffaloes, a beautiful male lion, and then all in all, we have just been doing a good spot of birding, some general game that is, for the most part, always around. Ooh, there's the zebra. Did you see the stripes? Just disappearing into the bush. 2 of them. And they're gone. Of course. Because how else would they do it? That's always how it goes. But that is perfectly fine. As I say, we've had a wonderful day. We've even had some saddle-billed storks here in Juma, as well as Dewey. Dewey has not been up to much, though, I have to be honest with you. It took me a good while to actually realize he's still around. And just every now and again, he pops up his head, says hello, and then carries on with his day. We just quickly want to have a look-see around, because we did have some southern ground hornbills around earlier on. So we'll just see if they actually stuck around. I had them hunting earlier on today, and then they slowly came out of the bush again. So we'll just see if we can actually spot them. Yes, indeed. You can see two of them are just under that bush, and then that one that we're following seems like he is on the prowl, looking for a snake or a lizard or any insect or creepy crawly that might catch his eye. They really are phenomenal hunters, very fascinating birds, but sadly also unfortunately endangered. Not many of them left in the wild. That's why when we do actually get to see them, specifically here in Juma, it's always so special, because there are not many of them left in the world. Ooh, it got something. Yummy. Seemed like a grasshopper, but of course that was a bit quick to actually be able to tell you exactly what that was. Jamie, you would like to know what is the heaviest flying bird. So these guys can fly, but it is not them. So the heaviest flying bird is actually a Kori bustard. Very fascinating birds as well, and actually very similar hunting methods to these guys, walking around and looking for snakes, reptiles, all sorts of things that they can feed off of. But these guys can in fact also fly, the southern ground hornbill. And you'll actually see them at night. They roost in trees. And then early in the morning they come down again and they move around. For the most part they are actually ground dwelling, as is the Kori bustard, which is the one I just mentioned. But both are very fascinating birds to observe. I love watching them in the wild. And specifically, as I say, these guys, we don't know how much longer we'll get to see them, and how many we'll still get to protect, for the next couple of years, for the next few generations. So when we do see endangered animals, it's always so much more special. But of course, when we see any creatures, whether it's a butterfly to a hippo, it's always so amazing to see them all. And just like an elephant or rhino, you would think that they are fairly easy to spot, but as soon as they go into a little bit longer grass or just thicker bush, they almost immediately disappear. Just look at that. Kiwi. I remember when I used to work at Disney in the States, there was, I can't exactly recall if they had the southern ground hornbill, but I know for a fact they definitely had the Abyssinian ground hornbill, because I've got a very good friend and she was just in love with this hornbill. So this hornbill was a male, and whenever you would come close to his area, he would immediately pick up like all of the sticks and twigs and everything that he can put his beak on, and he would actually like sort of huddle over and bring it over to any visitor that was there. And of course his name was Casanova. But anyway, I will keep an eye on these beauties and keep you posted. And for now, I'm going to send you over to Nick in Kariga.
That's popped by. Oh, there he goes. Little white-necked raven. I don't know if you saw him sitting on that buffalo there. There were about 4 or 5 of them, and then kind of just like that, they all decided to go off. Yeah, it was quite funky. They were all lined up on that one buffalo, but shame they're now gone. I thought I'd actually start off with a sort of a wider perspective, and then I'd zoom in onto that single buffalo, but we didn't have enough time to get there. But that was still quite cool to see. It's more often the oxpeckers, if there's going to be any type of association of birds and buffalo. It's more often the oxpeckers than anything else. Yeah, so remember those white-necked ravens, got big, thick, quite sturdy bills as well. Let me take you on a little journey through here, see what else we've got. So you can see we've got some heavily overcast conditions here. Nice group of eland moving through. 1 or 2 blesbok, impala in the back there as well. So in the last sort of 20 minutes or so, it definitely feels like it's cooled down quite a bit. Don't know if the wind is potentially just picking up. Earlier we were saying how in this little dip where we are, it's been a little bit more protected from the wind. I can definitely feel the wind a bit more now. So potentially that's kind of just adding to the coolness. But our eland getting a little early start and a bit of afternoon feeding here. Most of our buffalo are still lying down. Look at that for variety. Nyala top left as well. Amazing the diversity that Kariga has. I must say, I'm still on the lookout every morning when I'm driving down sort of early to get to the good filming areas, looking out for caracals. My first and only wild caracal that I've seen has been here in the Eastern Cape. And I was chatting to some of the guides here at Kariga about caracal sightings here, and they definitely are around and about. As with a lot of the rarities, you can go for sort of 2, 3, 4 months without seeing a single one, and then in the space of 1 week, you can have 2 to 3 different sightings. So I've been keeping my eyes peeled. I remember my first caracal sighting that I did have. It was late afternoon, golden sunlight, and we were driving, and something just caught my attention. I stopped and turned back to have a look, and it was this caracal sitting on the ground, hunched low to the ground, right at the edge of this thicket. I reversed back slowly to have a look, and I mean, remember caracal's got that sort of that burnt orange colour, and those quite sort of elongated ears, and I could not believe it. It was my first caracal ever, and this unsuspecting dove flew past straight towards this caracal. Remember, they're like acrobats, and it jumped up into the air about like 1.5 meters, 2 meters up into the air. It was ridiculous. It was like a Jonty Rhodes type of catch. It launched its one sort of front right paw into the air and snatched this dove out of the air right in front of me. Didn't get any pictures or anything like that, but I didn't need any. And that was my one and only sighting I've had of a caracal. So I wouldn't mind having a repeat of that. And if we can get that on camera, then we would have hit it. That's the creme de la creme. That's the cream on the cake.
Join us from the 23rd till the 27th of January for a week of back-to-school special safaris, tailored specifically towards our future conservationists. Our naturalists will exclusively be taking questions from schools across the globe. Tune in for some entertaining animal education to ease you back into the school year, because fostering the upcoming generations of conservationists matters.
Just pan to the side here and we can have a look at the rest of the herd of buffalo. You can see we've got a little bit of active feeding going on. And then it's quite interesting when we have a look at it here, how the herd is separated a little bit. Deborah, 100%. Kariega is an absolutely stunning reserve. Very, very scenic, very varied. It's lovely. I absolutely love it. Yeah, so then when we look at the herd here, you can see how there's quite a lot of them bunched together on the right, and then you've almost got like another small group of 3 on the left there. So when you kind of glance over it, you may think that, that's just how they happen to sit down. But often within a sort of a larger herd, that you will kind of get sub-herds, almost, if you want to call it that. So a herd of kind of 40 like this, you may find it splitting into 2-3 different herds or so, sitting very close to each other like this still. But you can kind of see there is a slight degree of separation. And it's quite common for them to be bunched together very tightly like that. If you look at that group on the right, it's almost like there's a bit of body contact from one member to another, from one individual to another. So remember, for buffalo, they're going to draw a lot of comfort, a lot of confidence from that body contact. And when they would bed down for the night, that's exactly what they would do as well. I guess it does help as well that if something does startle a individual and the one next to it is kind of got his eyes closed, the one who's got a fright, there'll definitely be a little bit of a jolt. And that one next to it will feel that jolt and maybe lift his head up and have a look, and there'll be that ripple effect throughout the whole herd. Whereas if everybody's not kind of touching each other, it might take an extra second or two to catch on to the fact that there's something there. Which, when it comes to a matter of life and death, of predators like lions and things, every second that they can get really counts. Just having a look at this little calf on the right hand side here. It is a tiny little thing, much smaller than the rest of than the other youngsters that we've got in the herd. He is ferociously trying to suckle there. Still a very dark little thing. Remember, a lot of the other youngsters are kind of lighter in color, so it almost seems like when they're very small they are darker, then they go to the more sort of rufous, lighter brownish color, and then darken out once again. Sam, if I heard correctly, you're asking how big can a herd of buffalo get? They can get very big. So you've got to remember that in winter time, that's when you will largely find a lot more of sort of bigger sized herds. Whoop, there we go. We've got that female going down, and I'm sure the calf will lay down next to it now. So yeah, in winter, when your resources become harder to find, the feedings, it's harder because there isn't the rain. Similarly, it's hard to find good water holes and things like that, nice places to wallow. You will find a lot of smaller herds, or even big herds, joining to form a big herd, and you can even find sort of mega herds. The biggest herd of buffalo I've seen is around 800-900 buffalo. Which is a huge herd, and I've only ever seen that in winter, and even when you go and read in a few textbooks and things like that, you'll quite often read that. Not to say that it's a stock standard rule, not to say that in summer you can't find that. I think some of the largest recorded herds ever that I understand has been in Botswana of over 1,000 strong. But you can imagine for a herd of, 700 to 1,000 animals, however big you want to talk about, the amount of damage that they'll do to an area. So you really, as nice as it is to have a herd of 1,000 buffalo in an area, you kind of do want them to come and go and do their thing. Because otherwise they'd absolutely decimate the grasses. And if you think of, not that in a game reserve like Kariega you're going to be moving buffalo from one area to the other, but if you think of farmers and their cows and things, how rotational grazing is so important, buffalo definitely have a big impact on the environment, but at the same time, absolutely amazing to see such a big herd. Oh, I can see there is big rains coming in here. Samantha, a plant that contains huge volumes or drinks huge volumes of water, that'll largely be one of your alien plants that sucks up huge amounts of water. Right, I can see there is a massive wall of rain that's about to hit us here. We are going to take you across to Okukuyo with Lisa.
That's wonderful, Nick. Not ideal, but wonderful. And you really have managed to see so much today. The rhinos, buffaloes, lion, and of course all of the wonderful general game, along with that beautiful eland. I myself have not seen eland in quite some time. We've only seen them twice here in the lovely Okukoyo, but we've got our springbok. And I might be mistaken, but it's like there's babies all around now. Like they secretly gave birth without us knowing. And of course, most probably when I'm going to want to show you, that will not be the case. Let us see if we can manage this. Man, they were just here. All over. We had quite a few springbok lambs now. Just wanna. Oh, there we go. There's 2 of them. I know it's not a million, but definitely way more than we had this morning. So not too sure, if we did potentially miss out on a birth, or if they were just perhaps well camouflaged, as I say. If you look at this log that is dead center of your screen right now, just above it, just to the right of that green bush, you'll see there's some tiny legs over there, and that is a springbok lamb. So definitely wonderful to see so much new life, not just in terms of the animals, but in terms of bird life, in terms of the actual vegetation. You can see it's just completely flourished. Everything has just literally come to life in a mere couple of days. Our egrets have come around looking for some insects. And then my children are loving this green grass. Of course, the Egyptian geese. If you are not aware, we have adopted them. Unfortunately, we did not make it to be the godparents for the Egyptian geese. But that's all right. I wonder where their godmother is. They've got a blacksmith lapwing as a godmother, I decided, apparently. And you can see all 6 of them are still alive and well. It's difficult to see, but you'll just see tiny, poofy little things moving around. Let me see if I can get us a closer look. Yeah. Whew, I nearly had a heart attack. I just saw 5. There are 6 of them there. Oof. My heart literally went to my feet now. Oh, and they are just loving this. Look at them pecking away. They look like Hey Hey from Moana. As soon as you put it down He doesn't stop pecking. But times 6. You see, you could literally just put them down and they'll just keep pecking. The parents are like, oh, thank goodness. We have been praying for this day for the past month, and finally they can get their own food. But still, very good parents. Very good parents in terms of keeping an eye out, always making sure the youngsters are safe. Betty, thank you so much for your awesome comment. You are saying it was a great show today. Thank you to you too. And of course, thank you to Steve and thank you to Nick, my fellow naturalists. But of course, thank you to our wonderful directors and our awesome tech team as well in FC. I promise you, without all of those people, we cannot do any of this. And of course, without all of you, we can never do any of this. So thank you to all of you too that have joined us today and all of your questions, your comments. I really hope you've had a lot of fun with us today. It literally looks like, I've never been to Scotland, so please correct me if I'm wrong, but like this scene in itself looks like something from Scotland, or I don't know, something that you'll see in a Vikings movie, or please correct me if I'm if I'm wrong, but just this particular scene, of course, the further away we look, then it changes a little bit, but just with the rocks and the logs and the grass and the water birds. I might be wrong, of course. I've never been there. I would love to go. But one day I will. But of course I'm going to Okokoyo before I go to Scotland. And please do remember to join us after this for Penguin Beach as well as for Sunset Safari. Remember, today we are starting with back to school. And for the first hour of Sunset Safari, we will have schools from all over join us and have many kiddies asking us a lot of questions. I promise you I'm going to have my popcorn ready because I cannot wait to hear the questions that's going to come forth. But please do join us for that. I think it's going to be not only educational, definitely entertaining. I've often seen as an adult, when you have to answer a kid and you sort of try to break it down for them. My niece, for instance, then she'll just give me this silly look of like, ugh, you don't have to explain it like that. I understand what you're saying. We tend to underestimate the younger ones. But definitely join us for back to school this afternoon on Sunset Safari. And please do stay tuned for Penguin Beach after this, of course. And tomorrow I will not be here, but I will definitely be back on Thursday. And looking forward to being with all of you again then. But of course I will stick around for Sunset Safari, checking out all of these lambs, making sure all of them are safe. Oh, just look at that little one. Oh my gosh. Look at the legs. It doesn't even have a body. Oh, Nunu. Sorry. It's just very exciting for me to witness new life and to actually be a part of it. But it really has been a superb day on Escape to Nature, and as I say, please do join us for Penguin Beach, Sunset Safari, and of course do join us again tomorrow, same time, same place, for Escape to Nature. Hopefully we'll have a lot more cool sightings and interesting interactions for all of you. And remember for this afternoon as well to send through your questions, comments as always. But thank you so much for staying in touch with us today and for joining us on safari. We really appreciate it. From myself, Lisa, your waterhole naturalist. From Steve all the way in Madikwe. And of course Rian. And then from Nick in Kareja, we all thank you so much. It has been an awesome day. And again, we could not have done it without you. And thank you to our wonderful directors and tech team in FC. You guys really do make us shine. So thank you for that. And I hope everyone has a brilliant Tuesday. I hope you'll join us again tomorrow. And I hope you will send through all of your questions and comments to Alex tomorrow. I will definitely see you back on Thursday. But for now, I'm going to leave you with these beautiful, beautiful national animals of South Africa, along with a wonderful green grass. Ta-ta!
Hello again to everyone. Good afternoon and welcome. We are back here at Stony Point Nature